Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give myself. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Shake your head at you. I'll give myself. Shine so bright. From darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
In this year's annual letter, Melinda and I take the toughest questions we get asked and give our answers. One that's come up for a long time is, as we make the world healthier, is the population going to get so big that feeding everybody and maintaining the environment is going to be impossible? Here we can see a chart that looks at the total world population over the last several hundred years. And at first glance, this is a bit scary. We go from less than 1 billion in 1800, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.4 billion where we are today is happening even faster. So Melinda and I wondered whether providing new medicines and keeping children alive, would that create more of a population problem? What we found out is that as health improves, families choose to have less children. And this effect is very, very dramatic. We find that in every country of the world, this is repeated. The population growth goes down as we improve health. So we've taken that chart that shows the global population growth, and we've actually extended it out all the way to 2100. And we can see that instead of continuing, it actually flattens out. Another way to see that is through this rate of population growth. And you can see that in the 60s, that reached a pretty high number, over 2% per year, and it's now come way, way down. Now, 11 billion people, still a lot, but the good news is that the faster we improve health, the faster family size goes down. And so we can feel great about saving those lives.
Welcome to Zakuma's Energy, and I'm your host, DJ Genesis. And today I wanted to talk about, on top of just talking about this war, but just other things that are kind of being overlooked while this war is going on. It's easy to just only talk about the warmongering, but there's a lot of unseen, things. But we're gonna just go straight. We're gonna just talk about the war right quick, and then we're gonna get into some other things. And the whole thing is this really our war to fight? That's the biggest thing. Because at the end of the day, that's the people that are getting hurt. It's not the rich class, the people that are the ones that are kind of starting this whole thing. It is really regular people that are being, affected by this. You have, military, Navy people, people in our military, when these bombs go off, they're the ones that get hurt. So it's people can call the shots, and no, I'm not in Detroit. I'm in Texas. But, like I said, as, these wars break out, it's who really gets affected, and it's just the regular average person. You have, when those bombs went off in Iran, children, kids and stuff like that got hurt. And then you have the military that's over there. When Iran strikes back, it's regular human citizens, American citizens that get hurt. But meanwhile, these people at the top, they just get to call the shots and just kind of enact these wars without any any guardrails as to how You heard Trump pretty much say, "Hey, there's going to be lives lost. There's going to be people that's going to be gone out of here." And so I think it's interesting that what we are doing in this whole situation and how like it's going to be really affecting us in the future. Let's go into this right here, and let's talk about it.
Blowing to me. Essentially what it is, you have rich men, specifically white, but they have these disagreements with each other. And instead of them, I guess, handling it man to man, they be like, fuck that. I'm gonna send my poor people out there and you send yours and we'll see who killed the most. Like, it's just so crazy to think about. Now, a few days ago, man, I woke up to some crazy news. I heard that Trump bombed Iran. Everyone was online making jokes talking about, oh, we're finna go to war, finna do this, finna do that. And realistically, man, America isn't going to feel any downsides to this. One thing I can say, man, is that in America, bro, we do have a privilege. America is like the biggest bully in the world. Folks,
it's a link to call it. It's a link to
now,
call
there are
it.
all types of theories of why Trump bombed Iran, but one that I keep hearing the most is that it has something to do with Israel.
This war with Iran is not America's war. It is Israel's war that America is fighting on behalf of Israel using your tax dollars. You see, Iran is a threat to Israel's existence, and Israel will never stop until Iran is completely neutralized and they have full control over not just Iran, but of the entire region, mainly because Iran is one of the largest sovereign nations in the region. They have no U.S. military bases, there is no U.S. embassy, and there is no U.S. puppet running the country like there is in the region. And most importantly, Iran supports and funds all of the groups that are fighting Western imperialism in the region. Very important to know that the Palestinian resistance would have never made it this far without the support of Iran. And you shouldn't take my word for it. You should listen to Palestinian martyrs like Nazar Banat, and you should watch this video on YouTube. Netanyahu knows that there is a small window to take out Iran right now, which is why they have tried to convince and pressure the U.S. to join them in this attack, mainly because in the last 2 to 3 years, Israel has killed the top leaders and officials and generals in the Palestinian and Lebanese resistance, and also some of the top leaders and generals in the Iranian military. Today, Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini was killed in an Israeli strike. So what does this mean? It means there is going to be an all-out regional war, which is why so many people have been ringing the alarm trying to prevent this very moment. But here we are. Iran is not going to go down without a fight, and neither are any of the groups.
And that's the thing, bro. People are going to die for something that could be avoided. And these people could care less because it's not them.
Support and fund in the region that fights Western imperialism. Everyone is going to fight like their life depends on it, because this is the moment, okay? And so the U.S. and Israel are not only going to attack Iran, but they're going to open up the prison gates to allow ISIS and Al-Qaeda fighters to take over the region and cause absolute havoc. And the US is going to use this to make the case as to why they not only need your tax dollars to fund this war, it's why they're going to need your children to fight this war.
And this, I want to say this again. These people have a problem with free school lunch, free breakfast, but have no problem with our dollars going to shit like this. These people will fight you hard down. No, my tax dollars is not going to feed these kids, but it can go blow up some innocent people though. You know what I'm saying, bro? It's crazy.
As the mainstream media continues to focus their reporting in Iran on the killing of the Ayatollah, a murderer himself, let it not be lost that the United States and Israel earlier in the day, during school hours, struck a school for Iranian girls. The current death total is up to 115 people, almost all of them children, some of them the teachers. The United States and...
Sorry to interrupt again, but I mean, America could care less about kids. We see school shootings every day and still nothing is done. So, I mean, shit, and also, I'm going to show y'all some other instances of just how evil these folks is. But
I'm going to say this, too, is like, people, I guess it's the black person saying they don't care, because it's not really affecting you directly until those gas prices hit astronomical place. Because once they hit Iran, I guess that's how you say it. Once they hit Iran, I'm just saying Iran. Once they hit Iran, once they hit Iran hit Iraq. Guess what they hit? All the gas places, all the oil rigs. So guess what's going to happen to your gas prices? They're going to go up, dummy. And you don't give a fuck, but your gas prices fixing to skyrocket, idiot. Well, if you hate America, leave. Well, pretty soon you're not going to be able to leave America. That's the thing that people don't even understand. You know, those gas prices go skyrocket so high, you're not gonna be able to afford a plane ticket about this bitch, dummy. Yeah, it's down right now, but it's gonna go up. Okay. And all this is really based on this group of billionaires that are out here that are just you know, this whole Epstein and Israel pretty much having something against Trump, even forcing him to make this decision because Israel was actually complying with all of the demands that Trump was giving him. So why is he bombing why is he bombing them? Because of this whole connection with it. That's crazy though. And meanwhile, it's our people that are going to be out there fighting. It's our people that are over there that are getting attacked.
That's not surprising to me. It's extremely sad, bro. I'm a father, so it's like, damn, bro, come on, man. Like, I don't see like
Israel have two of the greatest militaries in the entire world. Our ability to act with precision is unmatched, as evidenced by operations in Venezuela and now in Iran. Knowing that the United States and Israel have these unmatched precision operations, why would they bomb a school for girls? Why would they bomb a school for girls in the south of Iran? Did one of the Ayatollah's daughters go there? No. If she did, does it matter? Should children suffer for the crimes of their parents or grandparents? No. You bomb a girls' school when you're trying to kill the bloodline of a nation. You bomb a girls' school to horrify that nation, to terrorize parents, and to cut off the future of that nation.
Now, there are a lot of details surrounding this war in Iran right now. But one thing I want to talk about specifically was how these leaders, these rich white men, could care less about their own people. I believe 3 American citizens have died as a result of this war. And I want y'all to listen to what Donald Trump had to say. And you can just hear the lack of empathy in his voice, bro.
Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
Oh, wow.
Before it ends, that's...
Well, you know what? I would say this. You know what? Rest in peace to those people. Moment of silence. Moment of silence, guys. Moment of silence for those people that have you know, my you know, military comrades who have gone down in battle for this, whatever this cause is. Moment. I'm lighting a candle for them. Moment of silence. I should. Put the candle on the so I just lit a candle for those soldiers that are now passed away, and any people that actually are going to that, any other casualties in this war. You know, me being a veteran, you know, I take this very serious when our military, you know, when they are unjustly, you know, in a war that could have been prevented. This is not something that I'm agreeing with. So anyways, let's continue on with this. Let's go.
There will likely be more. But I bet you if Donald Trump, if any of his sons were in this war, he would try to come to a truce immediately because he wouldn't want any of his blood to die. But since it's everybody else, since it's the peasants, he could care less. There are going to be more. Just not none of mine, though. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go fight this war. I'm going to reap the benefits. Man, I'm telling you, boy. I'll serve crack before I serve this country, my nigga.
Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case.
Now, this whole situation has upset so many people that one of the biggest, you know, people on the right at one point in time, Nick Fuentes, a white supremacist, he came out and he had this to say.
The movement is something else now. And what we need in 2028, this is our last chance. We need in 2026 for this administration to be shut the fuck down. What does this administration do other than cover up the Epstein files, embezzle?
That's another thing. All of this could be a ploy to, you know, get everybody's mind off the Epstein files. And I mean, honestly, he didn't even have to do this because nothing was going to happen regardless. A bunch of rich ass white men who ain't nobody going to prosecute them. They're going to.
You know what? This person keeps saying, please leave. No, you please leave. How about that? Goodbye. You please leave. If you don't like what you're seeing, why are you here watching it? Please leave. Okay, whoever is Saddle Bay, all right, you want to get kicked out too? Okay, but I don't want you here. Yeah, you please leave. Anyways, people are on here, and then they're complaining about what I'm saying. You don't have to be here or in my thing talking. Okay, now you're gone. Whoever that Gilbert Gomez, if you listen, go to a channel that agrees with your rhetoric.
Prosecute themselves.
Money through government contracts and bring us to war for Israel. This administration needs to be shut down immediately. Do not vote in the midterms. And if you do, vote for Democrats. Fuck this.
Damn.
That is what the Republicans deliver. That is what our golden age looks like. The tariffs were refunded. The deportations were stopped. They wound down and withdrew the ICE from Minneapolis. What does this administration do other than embezzle money, go to war with Iran, and bury the Epstein files?
Touch on kids,
and blackmail Harvard so they police anti-Semitism.
It's pinned
and
at the
ban
top.
people who criticize Israel from being in America. This administration needs to be shut down immediately. It has forfeited its mandate. They promise no new wars. They promise mass deportations in America first, and we're not getting any of it. So shut it down. In 2026, shut it down.
A broken clock is right, twice a day. So, hey. Now for the end of this video,
Hey,
man,
that's
y'all
what
know
I
I gotta
say.
bring
To
my
Nick
blackness
Fuentes,
in.
yes. I don't agree with him, and I think and everything. I think he's what is he supposed to be, like a white nationalist or something like that? But just like he said, a broken clock is right about twice a day. So when he is right, he's right. There we
With
go.
some of my black history. But all of the things that America do is not surprising. If you take a look through history, America has did some heinous ass acts.
Today marks 40 years since the city of Philadelphia dropped a bomb on a home on Osage Avenue in Cobbs Creek, targeting the Black liberation group MOVE. City Council voted last week to declare today a day of remembrance and reflection. The resolution was sponsored by...
This is the type of stuff that radicalized me, y'all. Like, just learning about stuff that happened 40 years ago. This stuff wasn't that long ago. These people did everything possible to keep Black people down. Sounds cliche, but they literally did. They literally still are. 40 years ago. How many of y'all even knew about this? I'm pretty sure half of y'all didn't. Some of y'all did. Dropped a whole bomb on a Black neighborhood.
City Council member Jamie Gauthier, who read the names of the 11 people who died on that day in 1985, 5 of them children. The bombing followed an hours-long standoff. The ensuing fire swept down the entire block, destroying 61 homes. A yearly procession to the bombing site is scheduled for this afternoon.
On a quiet morning on May 13, 1985, Philadelphia police dropped a bomb, airstriking the home of MOVE, a Black liberation group, setting off a firestorm. As flames engulfed the building and spread to 61 neighboring homes, police ordered firefighters to let it burn. 11 people, including 5 children, died in the blaze. Among them was 12-year-old Delisha Africa, whose remains would resurface decades later in a University of Pennsylvania museum.
In a museum. Her remains are in a museum, y'all. Would I be wrong if I said F America? Well, you know what? It's called freedom of speech. If that's what you feel, you are not wrong, because we have freedom of speech here, just like they're calling us some libtards and this, that, the other over here. Hey, if you're telling me to go back to Africa, go to Iran, hey, if he wants to say that, that's his opinion. And I'm going to play the Money Mantra. Thank you so much for your...
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money.
Yes, thank you so much for the donation to the channel. Anybody's donation, all this goes towards helping the channel. It's not, it shouldn't be expired. What I'll do is I will, let me see, because I'm on here right now. Hey, someone just gave me money, dummy. What are you talking about? People are crazy. No one's gonna give you money, dude. I just celebrated a person that just gave me some money. What are you saying? Don't be a hater all your life. You know, people come over here and want to hate on what I'm talking about. But you know, you're still here watching it. So okay, I'm posting the link into the thing. They're saying it's expired. It shouldn't be expired. I don't know what you're getting. So I just posted into my post. If you go to the post page on my page, the StreamYard link is right here. It's the first one. I just posted it. So if you want to come up, just go to that link. If you
forcing a painful reckoning with this act of unchecked brutality. Before we can thoroughly discuss this tragedy, it's important to know what MOVE was and what their politics were. MOVE was a group founded in Philadelphia. MOVE advocated for freedom from oppressive systems and often clashed with city authorities who disapproved of their Black liberation politics and their communal lifestyle. The tension between MOVE and the police was not something that was new. In 1978, an earlier confrontation between MOVE and the police ended in violence, and by 1985, officials had labeled MOVE a terrorist organization, and alleged neighborhood complaints of noise and sanitation issues were used as justification for further action, and that action turned deadly. The city issued warrants to arrest members and evict the group from their West Philly home. Early on the morning of May 13th, police attempted to serve these warrants. Hundreds of officers surrounded the home, and after hours of a tense standoff that included the police firing thousands of rounds of gunfire, the police made the decision that they would shock the world. They dropped 2 bombs on the home and ended up igniting a massive blaze that firefighters on orders let burn. Inside the house were 7 adults and 6 children, none of whom escaped except for 13-year-old Birdie Africa and 1 adult, Ramona Africa. The fire spread rapidly, consuming entire city blocks and leaving over 250 people homeless. The aftermath was a mix of devastation and disbelief. The city of Philadelphia had essentially bombed itself, an event that prompted a public outcry and an investigation. The report released by a special commission called the decision to bomb an unconscionable act. Yet no officers or city officials were ever criminally charged. Ramona Africa, the only adult survivor, however, would later serve prison time for riot and conspiracy. But those who authorized and carried out the bombing faced no punishment.
So this is a tweet right here. And it's just extremely heartbreaking. I never even knew this happened. On January 12, 1962, the U.S. military began its 11-year chemical warfare campaign against the people of Vietnam and Laos, dropping 19 million gallons of harmful chemicals on 20% of both countries, poisoning more than 3 million people and causing over 1 million birth defects. And these are them spraying the stuff. Look at the bro. Like the people that do this shit.
Oh my God.
That send these hits off, bro. You have no soul, dog. That's it for this video, though, man. I hope y'all enjoy. Well, not necessarily enjoy. This shit was actually sad. I know that was probably some of y'all first time hearing about the bombing that happened in Philadelphia, which is just crazy. They bombed their own citizens. I mean, like what the and even everything that's happening in Iran, man. Make sure y'all get both sides of the story. America, they love to portray things differently from what they actually are. Okay, so don't just follow up with the propaganda. Oh yeah, these people were evil. There was this, there was that, because that's how they did us. Look at all our groups. Malcolm X. Oh, Malcolm X was this guy. He wanted to kill white people. No, that wasn't his philosophy. Look at the Black Panthers. Oh, they want to arm people. No, that was not their philosophy. So I always tell everyone, man, to look at both sides. Never just follow what anyone says. But look, man.
You know, at the end of the day, that's what it really boils down to, is that when you hear this media, the things that's coming out, you know, it's one thing to take the media's word for it. If you're only watching CNN, where it sounds like this is the audience that came, you know, he said, oops, that slipped. Oh yeah, by the way, so it says, oh, don't trash ass stream, and ain't nobody gonna give you no money. Shouts out to We Unlock Nation. Come on up here if you get a chance. But yes, shouts out again. Thank you for the super chat. Much love. Hold on.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money
So, as we go through this war, the biggest part is where everybody thinks, okay, the American, there's no way that we can lose this war. There's no way that we can lose, right? Well, there's people out here that's saying that we are going to, in fact, lose. Did you know that? Let's go.
On the show, Professor Zhang, he is the star of the popular YouTube channel Predictive History. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show folks that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran. And 3, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. Do you stand by it? And what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion.
Listen, in their psychology and in their religion, they have been preparing for this, guys. Honey, people gotta stop playing in their they've been waiting for this. Moment, okay?
Here's the problem though with preparing for something that
did your phone hello? Your mic went out.
My bad. My internet be acting funny. But all I'm saying is United States been doing war for about 250 some odd years. So to say that you've been preparing to fight somebody who's been in a constant state of upgrading for 250 years, I mean, okay. I mean, unless you're gonna use some type of chemical warfare or biological warfare, you're not gonna win this using no type of kinetic warfare at all. This is actually gonna be a slaughter. You see what I'm saying? And the only thing holding them people back from just unleashing complete hell on that place is the Geneva Convention and the fallout with the other European countries. If it wasn't the fallout with the other European countries, they'd have been wiped that place off the map. I'm gonna be honest.
Why do people want America to win so bad? That's my problem.
Well,
when America is only justified in being destroyed, America has done nothing but destruction across the world.
I don't think it's that we want America to win. It's just when you start looking at probabilities, right? Probabilities and ratios. When you start analyzing things, and some things just aren't inevitable. Like, I mean, and we live here. We live here. You saying that you want America to lose is another country bombing the United States, which can fall on your head. Think about that.
I don't know. I think based on, this guy is not the only one saying that America's going to probably lose this one.
I'm not afraid to die. That's my thing. And not only that, but Iran has hypersonic missiles. America don't own nothing like that. They have missiles that are ridiculous. That's why that Iron Dome can't even hold up in Tel Aviv.
But you know what? Here's something crazy.
It.
You know that America did hit something with a laser like the other night. So I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Like that's what I'm saying. Like they doing that stuff to Israel. They don't. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, if this might offend people, but that's not America. That's not the United States. That's Israel. And whoever else they bomb, the allies or whoever cronies or linchpins they got up there that they getting bombed to, Kuwait, whoever, Dubai, guess what? Like, that's them places. That's still not the United States. We ain't feeling none of that.
They don't even care. Them bombs have no name. Anybody can get that work at this point.
I feel you, but when they blow up a U.S. base in, let's say, somewhere in the Middle East, right? They just blew up a U.S. base. You blew up stuff. You just blew up stuff that we pop up those bases on the go. You did like that. That's not a win. You know what I'm saying? You took out a base, like you got to literally cripple the United States, and what they doing right now is not going to do that. So so unless you finna get like some boots on the ground or something like that, or you got to create some major devastation to the United States grid, and I don't know how that's going to happen. But between the Appalachian Mountains and the Rocky Mountains, between those two things, which are barriers, you got to get to everything that's in the middle, and it's the two mountain ranges blocking that. And then if you try to come in through the south, you got to go through swamps or deserts. You got to go through swamps or deserts and then you still got to traverse your way through the interior of the United States. With 300 million citizens, they got twice as many guns as people. So you understand what I'm saying?
But what about the lives being lost in Israel that are on the bases over there?
What you think the United States really care about losing lives? You know how many people they threw into the grinder in Vietnam? Do you know how many more people gonna sign up to the military because they get free school, free clothing, and food, and you know how many other people gonna sign up for that? They ain't worried about that. This is a machine. This is an industrial. This is a military industrial complex, y'all. This is not a Boy Scouts.
Well, for one, Israel's plans, or should I say the elite's plans, the oligarchs, their plan is to extend the borders of Israel. That's one. And then two, I have a theory about what they want to do. They want Iran to do all the dirty work for them so it can be not in their hands. The blood won't be on their hands. But they pretty much initiated the issue. But these elite want Iran to destroy Israel and kill all them people and say, oh, we didn't do it. It was Iran. That's what I believe they want to do.
Man, I'm waiting for the alien card. No, bro, they covering up for that Epstein bullshit because Netanyahu got that shit over all of them politicians' head, all of that stuff over them people's head. That's how they're able to go in there and do that shit to them people, is because Netanyahu got dirt on all of the elites, all of the country's leaders and all of that stuff. All of them are in the files, yo. Which means everything that they've been doing, it's been illegal from damn near 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. If not always. You see what I'm saying? Like so the whole thing is corrupt. It's corrupt from the rooter to the tutor. It ain't one part of it that's fucking kosher. No, it's all bad.
So
another part of it. What's that?
I was going to hear a little bit more of what he predicted and why he's saying it, because he might cover some of this. Let's see what he says.
This is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs. Last June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality, and now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually, they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plants provide 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about the disruptions to the global economy, but right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme. Right. So that's.
So do you guys see what's going on? What he's saying is that by them attacking those places over here, it inadvertently affects the American economy. And then this whole AI thing that's going on, which is insane. When I show you the next thing going on, you're going to be like, what? Because there's being so much money being put into AI. It is fucking ridiculous what they're doing with this AI stuff.
Not to interrupt you, but I'll tell you this too. There's something called Project Matador, where in the panhandle of Texas, Amarillo, they're trying to create data centers for AI. Over 5 miles worth.
I was expecting to play that next. That was my next video. I was expecting to play that.
Yeah, and it's fine. It's the company is called Fermi America, and Rick Perry is involved with that in the financing part of it. And here's what's gonna happen in the future. They're gonna talk about global warming and lost water, but really it's these data centers that they're creating. They're just gonna create a narrative behind it. It's gonna be all a big lie.
I already had that video fired up. Let me play that video so we can get into it. Here we go.
Before we go there, I just want to point this out. The United States don't give a damn about Saudi Arabia. They don't care. They don't listen. They don't care if all of that stuff get turned to smoke and ashes. They don't care. Like that. You have to understand the nature of white people. Y'all been dealing with white people y'all whole life, bro. Like they don't care about the Saudi Arabians, bro. They don't. Just like they don't care about the Palestinians. They don't care about none of them people over there. None.
It's not about the people. It's the resources. And what's going on is Iran is bombing all of the oil.
They could bomb all of that. They could bomb everything that they want, and it's not going to stop a military-industrial complex. The reason why is because our dollar is not backed up by gold. It's backed up in bombs and bullets. Why do you think they spend all that money into the military? It's backed up in bombs and bullets. You're gonna do what we say, or you're gonna die. That like what part of America is a pirate state? Don't y'all get? They don't care. They don't care about people. They're completely robotic, reptilian, or whatever the hell, draconian, whatever the hell they are. They don't care about people. So they don't mind watching the Middle East burn. I'm just saying, but we'll see. We'll watch and see. But I'm telling you, the only thing that's gonna stop America is Americans. It's the only thing that's gonna stop the United States government is America. Other than that, it's not gonna stop.
So let's go into this data center so we can get a bigger picture of this. Because what his name is? How do you say his name? Yang said is that because of this, what they're doing, Iran is going attacking all of the resources that America has in the Middle East. And Middle East uses its petrodollar to hold up the stock market, and then this whole AI tech boom is reliant on those dollars in order to succeed and to move forward. Now that you bombed all of those oil rigs, now you have like this thing like I'm about to show right here. What is it gonna do with this project? Watch this. Go ahead.
But he just hijacked Venezuela for all they oil. They don't need that shit. Oh, never mind. Go ahead. I keep trying to test the military-industrial complex. They're not playing with these people.
Okay, let's go.
Have y'all heard about Project Matador? It's going to be the largest data center in the world, and it's going to be built in Amarillo, Texas. They've already approved the first phase. It's going to be 18 million square feet spread across 5,300 acres. That data center is going to use 5.5 million gallons of water every single day. 2 billion gallons of water a year. Amarillo doesn't want the damn thing because they think that it's going to dry their aquifer up. I guess we'll see. The damn thing is going to use so much electricity that you could power 8.2 million houses. 2 New York cities. They're going to build their own power plant. The name of the power plant is called the Hyper Grid. They've already made contracts with Hyundai to supply 4 nuclear reactors. They've already ordered 800 turbine generators from Siemens that puts out 62 megawatts of electricity each. And the rest is going to be solar, according to them. This damn data center is so big that it takes the common out of common sense. Right. It's going to sap up all the resources in the area. It's going to create tens of thousands of jobs over the next few years. Are you going to be part of that project?
What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Bump the jobs. Who cares about the job? Like, this is huge, and I don't know why we're even talking about jobs. I know that's going to be the turning point on this whole video. People say, "Oh, it's creating jobs." If it's
You're gonna need water before you need a job. You ain't drinking no water, you can't work no damn job.
And here's the problem. Here's the problem. Moses West created a water device that pulls water out of the atmosphere. But the problem is, it's too expensive. I tried to ask him, about ordering one. It's over $300,000. He sent the email to me or whatever, and he showed the price. But it's just too expensive. Nobody in Texas can afford that unless you come from money. There's no way that people are going to have water here. And I live in Texas. I live in the Dallas area.
I'm saying, bro, they literally can rebuild that on a gigantic scale and literally produce that water right out of the atmosphere. And like,
but they're not going to do that. It's too easy to just dig a hole.
They're not going to do that. Look, I'm glad you said that. They're not going to do that, even though that they most definitely have the capabilities of doing just that. And you see what I'm saying? And they got the ability to pump that water directly from the ocean into distilleries and get filled and use it that way too. But they're not going to do that either. They're going to drain them people's aquifer. That's what they're going to do.
They're already building it.
Yeah, they got
permission.
That set. And this is what I mean by, all of that shit over there that's getting destroyed, Dubai, all that type of stuff, all of that Saudi Arabia. And they building all that stuff over here. And all over here in the West. Why you think they trying to take over Greenland? Nigga, they took Venezuela. That covers the oil, so we can still make money off the oil because we got Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? And all that stuff in the Gulf. All of that stuff is untapped. It's all untapped. You see what I'm saying? So that's not really the big issue. This is a power struggle. This is about the military-industrial complex, bro. That's what this shit is about. And it's like the only thing that's gonna stop it is if the people say no. If the people finally say, you know what, no, we can't keep doing this. It's gonna have the military personnel, them. They gonna have to say no. They gonna have to say enough is enough. And if they don't, it's not gonna happen.
If Iran was smart, they would hit Switzerland. But
you say
I know they're probably. Oh yeah, for sure,
bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's and this is just me talking on some radical vigilante type stuff. It is imperative for the United States to wipe out Switzerland, Hong Kong, the Vatican, Iran, Brazil, all of them. Get rid of all of them. Get rid of all of it. If you're gonna play the game to win. Why even keep playing a possibility of these people recovering or anything like that, man? Just go and do the dirt. If you're gonna do the deed, stop playing around with it. I mean, like the covers, the veil been lifted. Y'all are completely satanic and draconian. Just go and show your true colors. Y'all imperialistic as fuck. Just, like we know what it is, man. We know what it is. The United States is all over the entire planet. Ain't nowhere you can go. And when they bomb those places, they're not bombing the United States. They're not bombing the United States. They're bombing those places. And like I said, that's stuff. It's stuff that we can recreate.
Let's go.
AI, trust me, yeah, it'll create jobs initially with building the thing, but over time, those jobs will be gone because it'll be fully automated. The fact that this one center, this massive center, probably I think it's going to be the largest data center in the entire globe, is going to soak up so much energy from the state of Texas, guys. I cannot make this up. But a lot of people supported this thing. I mean, it's ultimately about money, of course. It's how much money can you make, right? Because enough money isn't enough money, right? A lot of money, it's not enough money for people. So guess what? You got to go even deeper and figure out ways to make even more money. But you got areas and so many different layers. But anyways, let's hear from the Texas residents, because ultimately they are the ones who supported the politicians to get them into this position to approve a lot of these different things. Let's check this out.
For anybody in the Texas Panhandle, you might want to pay attention to this one. I don't know how many of y'all have heard about Project Matador. And if you have, I don't know how many of you heard all of it. Because quite frankly, I've heard enough that it scares the shit out of me. For those that don't know what Project Matador is, it is an 18 million square foot data center planned to be built north of Amarillo, Texas. Now, the problem that I have with this place, and the reason it scares me, is the cooling. Because it's not just cooling the data center itself, it's also the cooling for the nuclear power plants they're planning on building to power this place. Now, the cooling for that area is going to have to come from one of two places, and both of them are underground. It's either going to come from the Ogallala Aquifer or the Santa Rosa Aquifer. Either way, it's going to dry up a lot of water to the south of that power plant on the southern end of the Panhandle. And for those that don't realize, the Panhandle region of Texas is the largest cotton producing region in the United States.
I gotta show this out, and I gotta break this down. A lot of people question, why is he showing the map? Why is he showing this map? I'm showing this map because this entire region supported these different things. You can't complain about it because y'all voted for it. Y'all voted, like the politicians who approved and the people, the elected officials of this area of the state of Texas, whatever you want to call it, the people of this area. Here's Amarillo, where they're going to build this massive plant, right? This massive data center. They supported the policies. They supported these different things. So now it's happening. But listen, regardless of who you support, I don't care. It's not okay. I don't care who you support. It's not okay. But like I said, you are truly the reason why this is happening. I'm not.
And listen, someone says summers here will be hot as hell because of those data centers, and they can blame it on global warming instead. Exactly. Of course, they're never going to take the blame that, hey, these nuclear power, 3 and 4 of them at a time, are causing this, and then zero water, no kind of Texas is, and those areas are flat areas. There's no real, vegetation, nothing like that. It's just like kind of like a deserty kind of an area, but it's great.
Talking about this guy specifically because we don't know who he voted for, but I'm just saying in a general sense, this is why.
You want a quick way to put an end to that? Dry up the well water, because there's a lot of us that rely on those to grow what we do. The Panhandle region with irrigation, we can grow between 2 and 4 bale cotton, depending on how good your wells are and where you're at, how good your soil is. You dry up those wells, we're going to go from that 2 to 4 bale region, which is about 1,000 to 2,000 pounds, down to about a half a bale acre, which is about 250 pounds per acre. You do away with irrigation for us, and we can't grow what we grow.
Yeah.
Plus, there will be blackouts.
It's also going to hurt the people that live in the rural areas that rely on well water for their homes. People that live out here in the country, you dry their wells up and they don't have a choice. They either have to haul water in or they have to move, period.
It's crazy, man.
They want them to move.
Now, this place claims they're not going to use a whole lot of water. They claim that, oh, well, it's going to be a closed loop system. We're just going to get a little bit of water out to start with, and then we won't need any more.
Sure.
They're going to use cooling ponds, and I've read through all of their proposed plans. Well, those cooling ponds, what they don't understand is West Texas is also very hot, and a lot of water gets lost due to evaporation, which is why a lot of guys have done away with pivots and gone to subsurface drip irrigation to try to mitigate evaporation loss. Well, when the water evaporates out of their ponds, they're going to have to refill it. They don't have a choice, which is going to drain more water out of the aquifer.
Yeah.
I don't know how well our politicians are paying attention to what's going on with that and all the other data centers around the area. There's several. There's one being built about 5 miles away from where I'm standing right now. I don't know how well they're paying attention to these data centers and just exactly what's going on. But if they would listen to the people of Texas, especially the people of rural Texas who are affected by what these guys are doing, they would understand that we don't want these things.
But it's not about that though, and that's the thing. And I'm not trying to like create this this strong and constant cycle. It's not about listening to the people. It's about money, guys. That's ultimately what the Republican Party is about, especially the one that we have right now within the United States. It's about money, and I get what he's saying. There are other policies that he probably supported, but ultimately, when you talk about building these data centers, they're about driving billions, if not trillions, of dollars into the pockets of these companies, guys. That's ultimately what it's going to be. And I get what he's saying. They're not listening, but it doesn't matter. If it's going to bring money in, you know, a lot of people are going to come as a casualty of that.
So you know when they have the corporation, they said that it is in the fiduciary responsibility of the corporation to do what's best of the corporation. That's the legal thing of fiduciary, right? So once the corporation gets formed, it doesn't matter if there's any lives lost or anything like this, just like with Nestle and how it was taking the water and doing that and bottling it up and whatever, and how it affected the water source where they were grabbing their water from. The bottom line is that it's in the fiduciary responsibility of the corporation to do what's best for the corporation, regardless of who it affects. So this is a whole like cycle that's happening. And so the whole objective of the data centers, to the AI companies, is to create more and more money, wealth. Like the corporate structure is a self-eating snake. So any thoughts on this whole thing with this aquifer? I mean, this
man. Again, like they don't care about people. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, if you think they don't give a damn about the Saudi Arabians, they really don't give a damn about Americans. They just be playing outside, and then once they come home, they do us hella dirty. Remember Flint, Michigan?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, this ain't new. So I mean, I ain't never been to Amarillo, Texas, but
that's why. But see, Flint was a black town. The white people are feeling it. See, Flint is black. Finally, you hear the white people saying, "Oh shit," you know what I'm saying? Because when it was happening to the black folks out there in Flint, no one gave a fuck. But now that it's happening over there in Amarillo, where they were all Republican white farmers,
I say go for it. Build another one right next to it, bigger. All I hear is we winning. Yeah, build it.
The problem is now, the people, the citizens in America can't be deceived anymore. You see, you could pull that stunt in the Biden administration and bring in Ukrainians, Chinese, Haitians, all that stuff, and renew the consciousness because they weren't aware of what's going on in this country. But the people who have already been here know what's going on. So they don't want us to retaliate and fight back. And that's the real issue. That's why they're trying to get rid of us. because they're bringing in the new consciousness, and then AI is going to be definitely going to be the new consciousness that they replace us with. Everything's going to be AI, according to them. But we have to stand up. If we don't, it's over.
Why do you think they want everything to be AI? What is that about?
Because you remember they talked about
control. They think they can't control
Yeah,
us.
it's control.
They really
Well,
can't control AI.
because you remember even on their you remember the tablets in Georgia, the Georgia Guidestones. They said that they want to get rid of the Earth, 3/5 of the Earth's population, so that they can control more. That's the reason why they have this agenda of controlling people. They want to do it through AI. They told you this stuff in like Transformers, different movies, all this stuff. They tell you what they want to do. So it's predictive programming. They have their agenda. They have their plans. It's not going to work like they want it to, but this is what they want to do. And they want to get rid of us first because we have big mouths. We tell everybody everything, and people, they don't like us. So it just is what it is.
No, that's not why they want to get rid of you niggas. They want to get rid of you niggas because y'all don't have no allegiance to shit. You're not.
Well, we're not supposed to. We're the children of God.
Patriotic to the flag. You're not patriotic to your city. You're not. You're not even patriotic towards your own damn people. Nigga, you are a potential double agent. You are a potential insurgent. That's why I don't
No, because you gotta understand something. We have big mouths. We're the people who revolutionize and galvanize people. So the reason why is if we reach back to all the lands who actually have real natural resources, those people will stand up for themselves, and they don't want that. We have the mouth and the action to actually move people. We are the culture. They don't like that. So that's why they definitely want to get rid of us first.
Well, okay. So let's get back into talking about Iran, because here's another thing that happened that I'm not sure if you guys are aware of when we're talking about this whole thing. Let me bring it up. What is it? Right here. Okay. All right. So
the U.S. attack on Iran has prompted Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz. X. The more obvious problem here is that the Strait of Hormuz is responsible for about 20 to 30% of oil and liquefied natural gas trade. Now, approximately 80 to 90% of the crude oil that's moving through the Strait of Hormuz is destined for Asian markets, primarily China, India, Japan, and South Korea. We talked yesterday about how important it was for the U.S. to get control of the largest oil reserves in the world in Venezuela before making this kind of a move. That move in Venezuela cushions the United States as far as the U.S. having access to more oil in this time, but also prevented China from continuing to get discounted oil from Venezuela as well. With that in consideration, as well as the fact that around 45 to 50% of China's oil imports are coming from the Middle East, there's a chance that the closing of the Strait of Hormuz only further adds to the pain that the U.S. competitor China is going to feel regarding its oil imports. We also talked about the importance of liquefied natural gas and that being cut off from the Strait of Hormuz, and how that might actually impact electricity production around the world. And this being even more significant because of the fact that we have this global race for AI supremacy, where electricity is needed. So the AI narrative is a piece of this that we have to keep an eye on. We also saw an Amazon Web Services data center in the United Arab Emirates apparently get shut down after a fire amid Iran strikes. Now, we can't know for sure if this was particularly being targeted, but it does lead us into the core of today's focus. What a lot of us may be overlooking here regarding the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is that besides a significant portion of the world's oil and natural gas flowing through the strait, there's also a significant portion of the world's fiber optic cables that are going through the Strait of Hormuz as well. Now, not too many people know this, but the internet does rely on physical infrastructure. In particular, there are what are called fiber optics cables that connect the internet across continents. The vast majority of long-distance internet data, roughly 95% of the world's internet data, travels by undersea fiber optic cables, not satellites or any routes along the ground. Now, there are fiber optic cables that run through the Strait of Hormuz that carry a significant portion of internet data traffic between Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and beyond. And there's a possibility of Iran looking to disrupt the undersea fiber optic cables in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's not forget that several key undersea fiber optic cables in the Red Sea were damaged in early 2024, and this caused significant disruptions to internet traffic between Europe, Asia, and the Middle East just a year and a half ago. Now, the Iranian Houthi rebels were initially being accused of deliberately attacking these cables, and experts and reports have since suggested that maybe this damage was likely caused by commercial ship anchors that were dragging across the seabed. Well, whether or not Iran was actually responsible for the disruption of those fiber optic cables is probably something that we'll see soon if they move to do this to the fiber optic cables that are running through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it's not that all of the internet's traffic is running through the Strait of Hormuz, but if they were to deliberately attack and try to break up and disrupt these fiber optic cables, it could cause some problems throughout the entire region and potentially even in India, Pakistan, and the rest of Asia. Now, if Iran were to try to disrupt these fiber optic cables that go through the Strait of Hormuz, it would probably have the biggest impact on the other Gulf countries. In that event, it's also questionable what impact this would actually have. I mean, there's a lot of redundancy in these networks. So if you just try to take out one of the major choke points, it might just light up the other ones and only lead to internet traffic rerouting, for instance, or increases in latency or just slower connections, and maybe some regional congestion spikes. And financial networks in the Gulf might see delays in any of the payments and things that they're trying to get through. But depending upon how they went about it, it could create bigger issues. Iran is very much so aware of the power of attacking digital infrastructure. Someone who I had the pleasure of meeting throughout some of my travels in life has been in Iran throughout all of this that has been going on. His name is Ali. And he reported to me that throughout the protests that were taking place, the Iranian government shut down the internet across the country so that no one could access information and know what was actually going on in the streets. He said he wasn't able to get in touch with his family throughout the time that they were killing thousands of protesters. So Iran is not a stranger to the idea of using digital infrastructure as a weapon. There are several domains through which warfare takes place in the modern day, with the primary ones being land, air, and sea. Now we also have space warfare, which is combat that's conducted from outer space. But then we also have information warfare. We're targeting information systems, and public perception is the main medium. And finally, we have cyber warfare, attacks on digital infrastructure, computers, and networks. And with the land, air, and sea already very much so at play, the next move for Iran might be to move things to the world of information and cyber warfare, something like what you may have seen in the movie Leave the World Behind. Now, I'm not a financial advisor. None of this is financial advice, and I highly recommend that you do not take financial advice from a random guy walking around a park talking to a stick. I imagine that what's going on with oil will be one of the most important things to keep an eye on, right? If oil does push itself above $100, this is going to have a massive impact on the entire global trade. As we talked about before on the channel, wars tend to initially have negative impacts on risk markets. But as you get into it, war is essentially a growth driving phenomenon. Okay, so you could expect to see more spending, more growth, more investment happening during these kinds of times. But I don't know, maybe I've completely lost the plot. What did I miss? What did I get wrong? Or how could I be looking at this differently? Let me know in the comments down below. If you
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What do you think?
Shit, I mean, again,
He's saying that war is a growth market. People invest more when there's war, etc.
yeah, because you got to rebuild stuff and contracts and construction and all that type of stuff. You get to put the new latest materials in, and yeah, that's all big business.
Right.
Yeah, it's all big business, and again, they don't really care. I'm like they don't care. I mean, like if y'all really think that they need oil, they really don't. The oil is a device; it's a tool to use against other people. If they wanted to remodel the entire United States infrastructure overnight to be electric, they could.
Yeah,
this place could be like Dubai.
The stock market is all based on the petrodollar, right? So when that happens, there's a crash, right?
Yeah,
how many people are invested in that petrodollar?
Man, the stock market is based on whatever the United States say it is. That's all they shit. That's they stuff.
Petrodollar is going to deal with that.
That's why I'm like, this is a very demonic system. It's all them. Every war that ever been popped off is the United States. They in there playing acts as allies with other people's governments and other nationalities and all that stuff. They just meddle. They meddle. They're menacing.
Well, this guy says communism is evil. The Democrats are evil. Jeffrey Epstein was a Democrat. He was their leader. I don't think that Jeffrey Epstein was a Democrat or a Republican. People that are rich are not really no real.
Epstein is inside.
They don't have no party. They're whatever it takes to get whatever it takes. When you're at that level of power, you're independent. You ain't gonna.
Yeah.
You're not gonna take he's
just an arch demon. Jeffrey Epstein is an arch demon, right? And communism ain't evil. Communism ain't nothing but like socialism. That's like tribalism, cause like everything for the tribe, everything for the family. Like that. That's really what that's about. Communism. I mean, the root of the word communism is common community. Look at it. I mean, shit. It was them to demonize communism in order for you to accept democracy. Like you chose democracy over communism, but democracy is complete demonic activity. And obviously it is, and you see the results. So it's, again, that's why.
What does it take to even have democracy? Look at all the warring it takes to even have democracy. Like,
well, democracy actually means the rulers rule. And that's what people don't realize. So the people who created America are actually the ones who rule.
It's complete democrat. That's why they put transgender stuff, the LGBT stuff. They put all of that weirdo stuff that goes against God, bro. Like why you think when you talk about Republicans, like I said, this is good cop, bad cop stuff. When you talk about the Republicans, it's always God first, guns up, right? God first, family first, guns up. That's basically Republicans, conservative. When you talk about Democrats, they're completely liberal, let it all hang out, and welfare for everybody.
That's a narrative, but
and less laws for people doing weirdo stuff.
That's a narrative that they painted for the Democrats, but really democracy is the people rule, and the people who actually in control are the rich, the oligarchs. Those are the people. They've redefined what democracy means, and that's the issue. I don't believe in democracy or a republic, but that's what they have defined as their democracy. The people rule, and that's them, and we aren't the people. It just is what it is. So that's why they created a republic for America, because you have to have officials to work on your behalf as citizens, which is sad to me.
No. See, under the Articles of Confederation, the people had power. When they abolished the Articles of Confederation is when the people got put in corporate slavery. Go read about it. All you gotta do is go read up, pull up the Articles of Confederation, and you can see it.
Right, but who are the people? Do you see what I'm saying? That's how it's defined.
People are the people. It's literally the people. The people. But
It should
I'm
be the
saying
citizens, right? But it's not.
it's not, because you chose the United States Constitution over the Articles of Confederation. Go look up the Articles of Confederation. It's all in the document. It's all in the wording. And if you read it, you can see that the Articles of Confederation was about the people volunteering, like as far as taxes and all that shit go. People would volunteer stuff for the government. The government didn't have the power to do anything else outside of what the people wanted, right? But when they abolished that, it took away individual sovereignty. It took away our individual sovereignty as people, and gave that power to the federal government. All you gotta do is read it. Pull it up one day. Look at it.
Let me go back, because I think he was talking about this whole Republican versus Democrat thing on this. Let's talk, because he talked about, because here's the thing, everybody gets all bent out of shape about this whole money situation, but money is nothing. Money is not even backed by nothing. Money is just a fake thing that people are using. Really, it's our labor. It is our labor that even makes money valuable. Let's go.
Guys, that's ultimately what the Republican Party is about, especially the one that we have right now within the United States. It's about money. And I get what he's saying. There are other policies that he probably supported, but ultimately, when you talk about building these data centers, they're about driving billions, if not trillions of dollars into the pockets of these companies, guys. That's ultimately what it's going to be. And I get what he's saying. They're not listening, but it doesn't matter. If it's going to bring money in, a lot of people are going to come as the casualty of it, as the effect of it. Trump even said that a lot of times when he brought the tariffs. He said, a lot of these companies will fall. A lot of these people, will go out of businesses. The small businesses will be they will suffer as an effect of this, but he said the overall big picture of it will be great. So now what we're seeing is farmers are suffering as a result of this, but it sucks, guys. And even we saw casualties with the U.S. military with the things that are going on right now overseas. I'm not specifically going to say what it is. Of course, I don't want to censor this video, but ultimately, this is why I say you got to understand. You got to really do your research in terms of what the politicians you vote for are talking about. That is the most important part about this.
We don't need them. We don't want them. They can be built in different places where they're not going to affect agriculture. Now, our state lawmakers, I don't know if they're going to do anything to put a stop to this or try to pull the reins back on it and say, hey, hold on, let's investigate.
Here's the question. Do you think he voted Democrat or Republican? I can guarantee you he voted Republican. So all you guys are all talking about the Democrat, blah, 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 blah. Well, now the Republicans are looking at this, that voted for this, and now they're saying, wait, hold on. What's going on here? Let's go.
Get this a little more. I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know if the guys in Washington even care. Our president claims to be a friend of the farmer, claims to support what we do out here. But in the same breath is allowing places like Project Matador to be built, which is going to kill farming in the Panhandle region of Texas. So I don't know what's to be done other than call your elected officials and I don't know, try to get them on board with putting a stop to this. I've talked to a few guys that are running for state office, and the best response I've got from one of them was, well, I've talked to guys and we're planning on building a pipeline down from Kansas or Missouri, somewhere up north. We're going to build it off one of the rivers, and we're going to pump river water down to the Panhandle so y'all can irrigate with river water. And I was nice when they told me that. I didn't say anything. I bit my tongue. I hate to break it to them, but that plan was talked about 50 damn years ago. It wasn't viable then, and it's not viable now. A, it would cost way too much money to do. B, the river level is going to fluctuate. When you're pumping that much water out of that damn river, it's going to fluctuate a lot. And then you just get to the viability of the entire length of the Panhandle. When you get to somebody like me on the southern end of the Panhandle, I'm liable to not get any water at all.
Yeah.
Like I said, a big pipeline coming down off a river, that's been talked about for a long time. It'll never happen. When it comes to the water here in West Texas, we have fought to protect it. We fought tooth and nail in the past. T-Boone Pickens, I don't know how many of y'all remember that name. Yeah, that carpetbagger came down here and planned on drilling a bunch of wells up around Amarillo and building a pipeline to pump fresh well water down to Dallas and sell it to the folks of Dallas. That got shut down. Okay. And last I heard, there was somebody else that was trying to do the same thing, and they pretty much told him the same thing. Not no, but hell no.
Yeah.
So why they are allowing this data center after they've shut down multiple guys that are trying to drain the water out from underneath our feet, they're allowing these guys to do it, I don't know.
Yeah, because it's money. Those guys that he's talking about, they have more power, more money, more resources, more availability, more value, whatever it is. They have more money to provide for them than those guys on the other side. That's why. That is the answer to the question, because they have more money. They have more money. They're going to bring more money, more jobs, right? More jobs, because these are temporary jobs to build a thing. And then you're going to have a skeleton crew to keep it maintained. That is exactly why. That's why. I'm just answering.
And what did someone say? He says FAFO. If I around and find out is real, these are the farmers that voted for this administration. Good luck.
Good luck, buddy.
You know, but here's the thing: is that we eat off of those farmers, so we can't just be like good luck and bump them. I'm not sure how important cotton is, but hell, you know, maybe just keep all your clothes. Don't.
Yeah, they grow cotton. I got a little disdain for that shit. So, you know, excuse me, my ancestors is calling out for their grave. Fuck your cotton. How about that? We don't own it. And they make plenty of cotton in the Southeast. They still make a lot of cotton in the Southeast.
Well, yeah. But I think that's one of the largest. They're the largest producers of cotton.
Go somewhere else. If you could produce it there, you could produce it somewhere else.
Somewhere else, right? That's what you're gonna have to do.
Move. That's what black people go through, intimate domain shit.
So I think that these people are finally getting the FAFO moment. I think that they thought that they were different, and finally they realizing, hey, you're not any different than anybody else. They don't give a F about you, just like they don't give a F about us. I think that these people are just finally realizing.
Yeah, but I want to just point out, like, when I was talking about the Articles of Confederation, right? With the Articles of Confederation, it established a weak central government with the uncameral legislation where each state had one vote. It says no executive branch, no power to tax. Conversely, the U.S. Constitution created a strong federal government with a bicameral legislation, which is the House and the Senate, and three branches system: executive, judicial, and legislative, and taxation powers. So once we got rid of the Articles of Confederation, and of course, dirty lying banker Masons most definitely set this crap up. This three-party system right here, executive, judicial, and legislative branch. This is most definitely them, right? That three-party system. But the Articles of Confederation, we had individual sovereignty. Like it says under the Articles, the states remain sovereign while the Constitution established a federal system sharing power between states and national governments. The Articles featured an uncameral body, one vote per state. The Constitution created a bicameral Congress. It says the Articles had no independent executive or national courts. So it's like, yeah, you do somebody dirty, they gonna do something dirty back to you. And it was the law of the jungle. So I mean, y'all wanted all of this control over you. You wanted an executive. You wanted a president over you. You know what I'm saying? You wanted these crooked judges. You want these crooks and judges. Like, and a lot of that got to do with the fact that you don't even know you don't know Latin. And Jew, when you got J-U in front of a word in Latin, that means it's crooked. So I mean, like they put it right in our face, man, and we took it. We bit it. Poison apple.
Yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit in this video and then go to the next one. But when we talk about, we're gonna go into the fact that it's not just Professor Yang that's saying that we think that we're not gonna win this war, but there's also other people that are saying the same thing. Let's end this and then go to the next one. Let's finalize
question. It sucks. This is just all a part of the game when we talk about politicians and how the entire country is ran right now. Unfortunately, that is the game. But guys, listen, ultimately, this is going to be huge, and this has significantly impacted lots of farmers across the entire United States. Hence why so many people are mad about this situation, because it seems like there is no true plan. They're just finding a big mass plot of land and then say, oh, here we go, purpose spot for a data center, versus being strategic about it. It seems like to me. But, I'm not a data center expert. I'm not any of these different things. But what I will tell you is, farmers are taking another mass blow once again, especially after getting this bailout. This is why you see a lot of farmers going bankrupt. This is why you see a lot of farmers, losing everything recently because of tariffs, because of trade deals, because of data centers, because of everything, guys. Immigration. The list goes on and on. It just sucks to see what we're doing right now to the farmers, even if they voted for it. I still don't want them to struggle. That's just me. I know a lot of people don't feel that way, but that's just me. I genuinely, I don't want them to struggle, even if they voted for it. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this with.
So, it's saying, hey, like, we don't want all the farmers across. So the tariffs affect the farmers. Now you have the data centers affecting the farmers. Then you had the immigration affecting the farmers. It seemed like it's an attack on farmers, and these guys were the main ones that voted for this to come in. And everybody wants to make this into a liberal channel. I say all the time, I am not a liberal. Okay, I'm independent. I don't believe in any of this. I think it's all BS. When you say one side, I think it's two sides of one bird. You go too far right, it's crazy. Go too far left, it's crazy. Either way, it goes insane. So, and now you're seeing now on this side, you're seeing that finally people are seeing that, hey, this might not be the best thing, you know. So let's like finish up with Professor Jang actually talking about how the U.S. will lose the war with Iran, and he's predicted a lot of different things. Let's go.
It's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you about munitions. This next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor mats. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So you're in China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it's designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build. And that's what the American air defense system is basically. And that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones. And it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility and inevitability that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union.
What are your thoughts on what he just said right there?
I think the United States don't care about those missiles. I think they using those missiles to get rid of old technology.
Like it's a game. It's a whole game. Yep.
It's a game. It's a war game.
They have all this artillery, and they're like, you know what? We got to get rid of it somehow. Okay.
Yeah, like we've been
have more stuff in the stockpile.
For the past 30 years. Let's just start dumping this shit. If it hit it, hit. If it don't, it don't. You know what I'm saying? They already got replacements for all this shit. You see what I'm saying? Like you talking about people who spend more money than the entire planet on nothing but military stuff. They're not just investing that stuff in. I mean, like they're buying and creating weapons, and they got weapons in generations and generations and generations. And so, like, we got weapons that we've never been able to use on other people. So they might be shooting all that shit. I mean, that stuff ain't nothing. Like these people got lasers now. They got direct energy weapons. They could outfit a fleet of planes with nothing but direct energy weapons and fly in an array over your country and microwave every fucking body. Microwave everybody. It don't matter what electronics, people, don't matter if you're in a house, don't matter if you underground, microwave everything. And it's real simple. It's real simple to do. And it's as simple as outfitting a couple of planes to do it. And guess what? Lasers don't have range problems. They can sit 5-6 miles above the clouds, especially if it's a clear sky. Sit 5 miles above that joint, and then boy can't not a bullet or missile touch him, and just sit there and laser the hell out of you. So
Todd Pig is saying that when he tries to join, it's saying that the invite link has expired. I don't know exactly why he's going through that, but are you trying to click it directly from StreamYard? Like click it because sometimes what you have to do is just take the link and copy it and then paste it or type it into the browser. Try to type the whole StreamYard. Go into your Chrome browser on your phone and like type it in like type it in yourself, because sometimes you're clicking it, right? So go into your Chrome browser and then type it in, because sometimes if you just try to click it from wherever you're watching it from, it'll do that sometimes with StreamYard. So, but yeah, like, so you're saying that we already have all this ammunition. This is just like the beginning of it. We haven't even used half of it on them, right? But I think his main thing is how much money that is costing the American.
They don't care. Like they do. After you bought it, it's already bought. You already spent the money.
Alice says God is blocking him.
You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta think.
Shout out to Alice. She says God is blocking him from getting up there.
You gotta think, man. Like they already bought it. The money that they spent on that, they've been recouped that money 1,000 times. They've been recouped that money 1,000 times and rebought 1,000 of them things. Like that.
Someone said they print money. That they're giving them out to other people. And it was you that said that? They got so much weaponry that they're giving it up to different people.
Yeah, like they got so much weaponry that we can give all of our first, second, third, fourth generation weaponry to a whole nother country, arm the hell out of them, come back 10 years later and call them terrorists.
Right.
And then use the rest of our first, second, third, fourth generation weapons to wipe their ass the hell out. Or we could try some of our state-of-the-art stuff on them.
Yeah, I heard that when they went into Venezuela, honey, people didn't know what the hell was going on.
They went in with modern, they went in with modern technology, with new age technology. They didn't go in there with just regular stuff. They went in there with automatic robots and sonic weapons and direct energy weapons and stuff like that. There's no fighting. You can't fight when you're throwing up and bleeding out of your nose and mouth. When you're getting microwaved, did you see what happened to the guards? They sent them home in shoeboxes. The whole bodies, like whole human bodies, inside a box the size of a shoebox. They got microwaved.
Disintegrated them. Wow.
Disintegrated them. Like the dude. Look, y'all don't understand. Like y'all sit here and let these people upgrade weapon systems for the past 50, 60 years, 70 years, unchecked. Let them continually upgrade. If you ever play any type of strategy game, RPG game, just imagine fighting a player who been playing the game 2-3 years before you ever touched the game, even heard the game.
Wait,
and they've been upgrading
automatic robots.
We got automatons. They got automaton robot dogs, automaton robot with with tank treads on them that hold mini guns and all type of shit where they can go in there with 8 people and wipe out a whole battalion. What are you talking about? They could set up automatic turrets. They could literally set up automatic turrets that fire on heat signatures. What are you talking about? That's old technology. That's old technology. They got smart bullets where they can. The bullet is smart enough where it punches through the wall and then explode near the person that they tagged. Like what are you talking about? Like I'm just saying that they got automatons, automatic automations that they can send at you. They got drones that they can send at you. They don't need to send a bunch of F-15s. They don't got to send a bunch of F-35s. They can send one drone and it's one person in a van about 5-6 miles away controlling all of them. Like you got to understand that this is space age technology now. This ain't your regular war. We're not fighting a regular war. That's why all of this stuff is so sensitive. Y'all think a nuclear bomb, y'all think nuclear war is bad. No, drone wars are bad. Drone wars are bad. Not nuclear. Nuclear war is humane. At least you just get wiped the hell out. It's over. But you talking about drones, swarms and swarms of drones, big drones, little drones, drones small enough to fit inside of little cracks and crevices in your house. You see what I'm saying? Small enough to go inside of bunkers and stuff like that. Seek and find people, blow them up on site, or use a beacon, nigga, to bring people to where they at. Like y'all gotta understand all that stuff y'all be seeing in Call of Duty and Modern Warfare and all that type of stuff, man. Y'all think that stuff a game? Nigga, that's simulation. That's a simulation of the real world. They really got that type of stuff. They really got.
Which master says he can save his breath. None of this will be any of his problems shortly. His problem will be hunting and gathering and surviving.
Oh God!
Please save your energy first.
Yeah, okay. Oh God. Yeah.
I'd rather be hunting and gathering in America than getting all this whatever the heck's about to come over here. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's gonna come back down to.
Silly about that, but hell, listen, Africa.
I am all
might be an option when this stuff. But I mean, by the time that happens, then they're gonna want us to leave the country anyway. Let's go.
And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire U.S. dollar-based reserve currency system, and also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
Professor, this morning, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused to rule out that possibility. And he said, oh, well, we're not going to project to you what we will or will not do, but we don't want to, rule anything out. We will do what it takes. Do you think that America will end up invading Iran from the ground, since it's already becoming relatively clear they won't be able to accomplish the goal of regime change or even regime collapse using just air power alone?
Right. So everyone says that the worst calamity that could happen in the United States is if it were to send ground troops into Iran. At the same time, the United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We've never had a precedent in history where you were able to regime change from the air alone. You need ground troops. And so unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months is that pressure will build on America to send ground troops, especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being touted right now by the Iranians. So remember that if the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, if they go, then the petrodollar goes with them. So the Americans need to protect these countries, and these countries are going to demand that either the Americans bribe the Iranians to cease, and this is like $5 trillion in indemnity, okay? Or send ground troops to wipe out the Iranian threat once and for all. And I know that there's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among the American people. But remember that...
the only thing I find interesting is this is a Chinese professor in China. This is a Chinese professor in China.
Mm-hmm. He talking propaganda against the U.S. military-industrial complex.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me, bro? Like, this is interesting.
He's going against Old Glory.
So is this? But I'm like, is this because you know that China is a socialist?
Yeah, propaganda state. That's all propaganda he's spewing and putting.
So you already know he can't speak without the permission of China.
He might not be in China, but close enough.
He's in China.
No, I'm responding to the chat. Hey, chat, y'all. Hey, man, like, share, subscribe, cuz.
He's not in China. It said earlier that he was in China. Maybe.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like,
he's not in China.
I mean, I feel you, chat.
If this Professor Jen is in China, there are gatekeepers that join your panel. Okay.
Gatekeepers.
I don't know who the gatekeepers are, but you know what? There are some people that seem like, I'm not sure. I think the man in High Castle can sometimes be a gatekeeper when he comes up there.
So they say he's Canadian. He lives in Canada.
Oh, he's a Canadian.
I said Canada.
Okay.
No, but I mean, again, like, yeah, that's him, and especially he's a Canadian, right? What the hell the Canadians know about war? Like, I'm not gonna listen to a Canadian tell me, like, come on, man, like y'all sided with the enemy, like y'all sided with Russia and all type of stuff. Like, y'all can just shut up talking right now. Just be quiet.
Right, but you know what? But he's making. Hold on, but he predicted though. If he hadn't predicted this, I wouldn't be listening to him. But he predicted.
I mean, so, I'm gonna be honest with you.
He predicted like 4 different things.
It's not very much of a prediction if the Simpsons did it first, right? The Simpsons
say that we're going to lose the Iranian war.
That ain't even happened yet. That ain't even happened yet. All I'm saying is, we've been knowing that Trump was going to be president. The nigga ran before, right? And yeah, like that's a give or take.
That we would go to war with Iran.
All the presidents been trying to go to war with Iran. They've been trying to go to war with Iran for years, for decades. He's just the crazy cracker. He's just the crazy cracker that's willing to do it. All the rest of them wasn't willing to do it. He don't give a damn. He big Trump, big T. He don't care. I'm being honest with you.
Do you think it's his age that's making him like this? Because the next video I'm about to show you is going to blow your mind. Watch what I show you. I think it's his age.
78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
Right. And one of the things that really comes into question, I think, with all of this, sir, when we're looking at the geopolitical picture and the sacrificing in much of this from the United States on behalf of Israel, is kind of a question as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post. We can put it up here on the screen, F3. A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed by Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration to attack Iran. However, this is clearly an authorized leak from our own government trying to at least lay some of the blame on behalf of the GCC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. Yeah. In fact, Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis than Israel. You remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil. And it's always had problems with Iran because Iran is a theocracy opposed to the Saudi monarchy. Iran funds and equips the Houthis, which have been antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia for the longest time. And right now, the Saudi economy is suffering. It's been trying to pivot towards more of a tourist economy. That's why they brought in Ronaldo. That's why they're switching to e-gaming. That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM. And all these things are not working out. So they need to be able to control the oil resources of the entire Middle East if they are to survive and thrive as a nation. So I do believe that this reporting is credible, even though it does make Saudi Arabia look bad. But remember, Saudi Arabia says that they wanted peace, but they are helping the Israelis and the Americans attack Iran right now because they're allowing the Israelis and Americans to use Saudi airspace.
So help us understand, because it still feels to me like there are some pieces that don't totally add up. You had, in advance of this war on Iran, you had top military brass up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying, this is a really bad idea. We are not ready for this. All the math on the interceptors that's been talked about for months.
Right, so I'm going to let you continue to be here as long as you just cut this bullshit out. First of all, America was not a white country. Okay. Everybody that's black here was some people were already here. Millions of them before you guys came. So I don't know why you think that these white people are the ones that that are like native to America. So you need to cut that out or you're going to get kicked out.
Well, I mean, we can entertain that, sister, because black people don't have no country to go back to. We're homegrown. Y'all come from other places. Our people came off the boat as slaves, and they created slave breeding forms here. They created niggas. We were created here. We ain't got no.
But there were also people that was already here already too. There was black.
I agree with you. And I'm just saying, no, we are
Todd Pig finally made it. Todd, you've been trying your best. So what did you do to make it up here? How'd you make it up here?
I'm really not even sure. I don't know what changed. I've been typing it 100 times.
I'm trying to tell you, like it was saying, I was like, I knew it was. It wasn't even what you thought it was. But go ahead. You have been trying for the longest. I'm gonna let you go ahead and speak your
No.
piece.
I don't want to. I definitely don't want to be the reason somebody stops talking. I want to hear thoughts out. I mean, we can take turns here and just everybody talk. Let's go ahead and hear the other gentleman out, please.
Okay, for sure. Because I know you've been trying like for like an hour trying to get up here. Go ahead.
Today's the day I got nothing but time.
Okay,
like my whole thing is this is America, right? Well, the continent is America, but the country is the United States, which is a corporation. This corporation ain't never gave a damn about no damn body. It ain't never gave a damn about no group of people that unless you was funded it. That they ain't never cared about no in particular person. You know what I'm saying? And white supremacy only flourished because the people who were running the government were white supremacists. Like I honestly don't think nothing's wrong with the system itself. I think there's something wrong with the people controlling the system. There ain't nothing wrong with the device. You can't blame the gun or the knife for the violence. You gotta blame the people. So you know the system works if everybody abides by the same code. If everybody follow the Constitution, everything be just fine and dandy. Ain't nothing wrong with the Constitution. Once you get rid of all that underhand sublime bullshit in it, you see what I'm saying? Other than that, it's one of the greatest documents ever. So, I mean, with that being said, it's like white people are the problem, and the only people that's gonna stop white people is white people. It's gonna take white people to bring an end to white supremacy. And what you see that's going on in all of those other countries ain't nothing but an extension of white supremacy, the same American expansionist, Jacksonian type politics that's been going on ever since this man crawled up out of the hell caves from which he came. You know what I'm saying?
Colonization seems to be the big thing. So, and here's the thing: is that so? The witch master said, "Okay, then what's your idea? How do we separate? It will happen the easy way or the hard way." And so, what Alice says, not true. Our people have already been here. All of us, we are not African at all. We are from. So people, there's some people that believe that we are from America, and that when they came here, then that's when enslavement happened. But you know, there's different.
My thing is, you could come from America and still be African. And this is what I'm saying. Our ancestors says that Mansa Musa brother came over here with 200 ships. Now I'm not saying that that's true or not, but all I'm saying is a lot of stuff over here that make me think that might be true. Now with that being said, and because there is a lot of so-called black people here, and if the stories are true, they only bought a couple 100,000 African slaves into the United States in between 1616 and the 1800s. You see what I'm saying? They only bought a small group, only 100-something thousand, 200-something thousand. How did we turn into 30, 40, 50 million people when the Native Americans the so-called Native Americans have always outnumbered us, no matter where you go, right? But somehow their numbers haven't even reached into the tens of millions. Right, but ours is in the tens of millions. They still like 3, 4, maybe 7, 8 million. You know what I'm saying? But our numbers keep flourishing. They keep getting bigger.
I don't believe that we all came over here on a boat. That's insane.
No,
I believe there were people that were already here, that were already black. You know,
it's impossible.
And it did bring some people over. It's impossible to think that we were anything other than there was different people that were here already, and then there were people that was also brought over. So there's a combination. But here's what Witchmaster says: white people don't want an extinction of white supremacy.
No, they don't. And
why wouldn't they?
Why would they? Why would they want to stop white supremacy? It's in their favor. The odds is in their favor, right? So why would the white man stop it? If I was a white man, I don't know if I would stop it. You understand what I'm saying? All I'm saying is the problems that's wrong with the world right now is the white man, and only the white man can stop it. It's gonna take some of you crackers to dig down in your soul, and that little part of you got that indigenous part of you in your genes. You need to pull from that, nigga, and conjure some type of empathy and mercy within your soul, and use that shit as fury to go against your own lodge brothers, because that's what's really going on. These Mason wars.
Different Masonic groups.
Different Masonic orders and shit going to war with each other. Y'all need to handle y'all business and keep us the fuck out of it. We don't want nothing to do with none of y'all ass. You see what I'm saying? We're perfectly fine being who we are, right? See, we not trying to get no get back. We ain't trying to hunt you down and do none of this stupid. We ain't trying to do none of that stuff, man. We want to ride clean, look good while we do it, stay shining. That's what we want to do. We want to make our music, do our art, nigga, make our crafts, and you know what I'm saying, do our innovations. That we want to do, man. We ain't trying to fight with nobody. We don't want to rob people. We don't want to steal from people. We don't want to do none of that type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? But this white supremacy, this white structure forces us to be this way. It forces us to be this way because without us, you can't have a prison industrial complex. And I don't even want to get off into how much free labor and how much melanin harvesting y'all doing off of that shit, organ harvesting and all that shit. I ain't gonna get all off into that, but you know what I'm saying? That's a thing too. You know, white people eating people for some odd reason. Y'all butchering and using people in science experiments. You know what I'm saying? Which is supposed to be illegal. You ain't even supposed to be able to use black people in science experiments ever since the Tuskegee program. Like it. So that was actually illegal, but y'all still do it. So it's like the white man is the problem.
Her family just got a $10 million settlement for the use of her.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Justice is starting to finally come around for some of us. But I'm just saying, how much you say it was?
10 million or something like that.
Right. She got robbed. They got robbed. Do you understand how big the cancer medical industry is? Cellular DNA. Man, do you know how much billions and billions of dollars they pump into that? And they gave her a couple $10 million
off of her blood, just off of her blood alone. Yeah, that's crazy.
Blood alone. I mean, like, okay, yeah. Congratulations, they got 10 million. They 10 million up, but you still got robbed, and your fucking genes got exploited. So I mean, I guess that's a congratulations.
But now everybody knows that you got $10 million.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody
go up into the mountain somewhere and make sure ain't nobody gonna beg you for some money. Come on, like, you know that they got that
right.
money. Like,
you know what I'm saying?
They like targets now. But so here's the thing. So we're talking about, if anybody's coming new, it's not just a black and white argument. This is really about, when we talk about white supremacy, we're talking about like the global wanting to dominate everything. Whether it be technology, whether it be oil, whether it be areas, certain parts that have the resources, everything, the global wanting to completely control all the resources of it, the entire world. Global dominance. But you can't just only say it's white supremacy because you have China doing it too.
Oh, no.
I can't even imagine if there was a really powerful black leader that he wouldn't be trying to do it as well. So we can't just
but until we get one, we can't say that, right? But the Chinese are white adjacent. They are in the house type of people. So they don't mind getting along because they benefit from being close to whiteness. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, you see what they doing to China, how China and all them Asian companies getting money and doing all. You see they ain't doing that with Africa, right? They're not doing that with Africa, right? Because Asian people, Caucasians and Asians run together for real. They in cahoots. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying that lightly because the Asians really don't like white people, but at all. They really don't like white people, but they like to succumb to people who they feel like more powerful than them. You know what I'm saying? And they will submit to people that they feel like is more powerful than them. It's in their own culture. Like, you can even see it in the anime.
Because yes, we want to dominate our own communities. We can't do that with you in the picture. What?
Yeah, they can't do that with us in the picture. They can't dominate everybody with niggas in the picture. You sure the hell ain't, because we always gonna say some shit. We gonna open our mouth and we gonna tell it to the mountain. And we don't give a damn because we ain't scared of you. You already did everything that you could possibly do to us. Nigga, what, you can't put us no further down on the damn totem pole. All you can do is put us in the grave. That's it. You did everything
well,
else.
honey, the way they pushing out these damn vaccines and all these different things, they probably trying to get all these
Yeah, that's
diseases,
what I'm
HIV.
saying.
And
Yeah,
anyways,
like
let's go. Let's finish this. I don't want to deviate too far from this whole thing with this, where they're saying that we are probably going to lose this war. Let's continue.
At this point, and yet Trump still decided to go ahead. What is the calculus that he was making here that led him to take what already appears to be catastrophic actions?
Right. Okay. So this is the key question. Why do they do this? I think there are three possibilities. Okay. And I think all three possibilities are valid. The first is the idea of hubris. If you look at history, this is how empires behave. So the Mindoro kidnapping was quick, successful, and it was adrenaline rush for Trump. And that made him overconfident in the capacity of the American military. Okay, so hubris is a factor. We see this throughout history. Why did Hitler invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily and he thought he was invincible, right? And that led to the destruction of the German army in the Soviet Union. So hubris is a factor. Then you have to look at internal political calculus, where even though America does not benefit from this war against Iran, Trump himself personally benefits. Why? Because the Saudis and the Israelis are bribing him to attack Iran. Remember that the Saudis invested $2 billion in the private equity fund of Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump, and the Israelis, through Miriam Adelson, have been financing Trump's political career, right? So Miriam Adelson, a few months back, said that she will put up $250 million if Trump were to run a third term. So Trump is getting a lot of financial and political support from the Saudis and Israelis. Also remember that if this war goes sideways and Trump is forced to use ground troops, he will probably get approval from Congress, and this will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him to influence the midterms. So Trump is thinking about a third term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have emergency war powers and people rally around the flag, then he probably will get a third term. And the last factor that is very important is the eschatological factor, where if you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups. Okay, you have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. You have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe.
All right, so that's what you talk about. Of this whole thing. Todd Pig, are you aware of the Masonic aspect of this entire war and what's going on here? That this is not just a war of people; it's a war of warring Masonic
lodges. It's a war of lodges, and
a war of lodges. Todd Pig, are you aware of that?
I'm Catholic. We don't do anything with Masons.
Y'all most definitely are knee deep in it. The Catholics are knee deep in Masonic traditions and everything.
We're not allowed to. You're not allowed to be a Mason for Catholic.
Tell that to the Malta. Tell that to the Knights of Malta.
We're really not. They're pretty anti-Mason. I
think that's probably for the people that's regular practitioners.
Yeah,
we're not.
Higher up in the priesthood, you're gonna have the Masonic connection.
All of your popes are Masons.
No, I don't know anything. I don't know.
That is not a Mason.
I don't know anything about Masons, really. I mean, I can't talk about it.
You a white man? How you don't know nothing about the Masons?
I didn't know
he
my
might
color
be
would have
Scottish because the Scottish people don't really know.
They got the Scottish Rite Masonry. How would he know? Like Scottish Rite Masonry is all. Oh man,
I'm Catholic. We're pretty anti-Masons.
Are you would say Romanian or what kind of
Roman.
national? You're Roman?
No. I thought you were talking about Catholic. I thought I was going to tell you I was Roman Catholic.
No, I'm saying, are you Polish? Are you what type of white person are you?
I don't know.
You don't know what your background is as a white person? Are you from England? Are you Scottish? Are you Polish? Are you French?
I was told that my mom's side was German.
German.
My father's side, we're English. We got kicked out of England. I do know this.
Okay, so it's English and German got kicked out. So that sounds like it might be a Scottish thing.
No, we were kicked out of England. We were the misfits. We got brought to Georgia.
Oh, back in the day. So you got brought from
Yeah, his
kicked
ancestors
out
were
like this.
slaves. His ancestors were slaves and indentured servants.
Right. So he wouldn't know about the Masons. His family is not a Masonic family. So he would be a Catholic, but he would only hear about the part of Catholicism that's not tied to that. Now, if he were like I would say like like people from like Rome or Italy, or he would know about that faction that the Catholics actually do have a Masonic. They do have like the Sons of Malta. They do have like different like Masonic groups in the Catholic religion. So
that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Well, sir, I hope you come.
All right. So just like so what he said was you have like these three groups of Masons that are fighting amongst each other to bring about this kind of end time prophecy. And everything is pretty much like, leading up to that. It makes sense. But if you don't know about that, if you haven't done the research into it, it would seem like it's foreign to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, at the Catholics are Mason.
I don't know.
So. Oh wait, hold on. Your Todd, your mic is messing up. Like leave and come back. It sounds like a predator. It's like yeah, leave and come back because your mic is your mic is starting to break up. Somebody might have called you or something, and it may cause your mic to break up. So leave in the same way you came in here. Do the same thing to come back, and it'll fix your mic. That's all it is. It sounds like yeah. Yeah, but I definitely want to have you here. I want to hear what you want to say about all this stuff. So, can you even hear me?
Well, me, I can hear you.
No, Todd, can you hear me? It does sound like Predator, doesn't it? It's like
that's why.
It sounds just like that, Todd. I think that you're either somebody called you and messed your mic up or something, or if you're on Bluetooth. If you're on Bluetooth, take it off Bluetooth and use your speakerphone.
Yeah, man. So a lot of the Masonic order stems a lot out of the Knighted Templars because of what the Catholics did to them. So like it's intrinsically woven in there. It's just they went underground. They went underground. Like and all of this stuff is just lodges fighting against each other. You know what I'm saying? Different ancient orders going against each other, and they all devil worshippers. The Catholics are devil worshippers too. All the Abrahamic religions are devil worshippers. They all worship in the same demonic presence behind closed doors. They worship planets, Jupiter, Saturn, all this old crazy goofy ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Like this is really what's happening. This is really what's happening behind it. Like I told y'all the other day that whole Zionist, all that bullshit ain't nothing but Saturnian worship. It's Saturn worship. Y'all just don't believe it. One day it'll catch up with you.
All right, let's talk about like. All right, so America. So you have a lot of background noise, Laurel. Just mute your mic.
All right.
Okay, so it's saying America has suffered great loss, but let's go into this. Let's go.
We do know that in Bahrain, they hit the facility that housed U.S. naval officers. It's on fire. So there's possibility that they have killed some U.S. Naval personnel. You got Bahrainis cheering as Iranian missiles are slamming in to this U.S. naval facility.
So the people of Bahrain are cheering on Iran. I was watching this guy, Larry C. Johnson. He's a former CIA intel analyst. And he was talking on Judge Napolitano's show. And here's what he said. He says, America has suffered great losses. Let's listen.
And the United States is suffering significant material losses. I don't know about human loss at this point. What's happened right now, for example, they made a big point of attacking the Fifth Fleet facility in Bahrain. It's a port. That port is critical for providing service to, say, U.S. destroyers, who, remember, these destroyers come equipped with 96.
Yeah, it still sounds the same, Todd. Are you using a Bluetooth or are you using your actual?
Yeah, I'll try again.
Yes.
I don't know what's wrong. Sorry.
I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. It sounds like.
Yeah, I hear it on my end too. I'm sorry. I'll try one more time.
Try to, let me see. Let me remove you and bring you back. Let me remove you and have you say, okay, say something again. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Edit mic settings. Okay, reduce.
I'll try one more time.
I don't know what's going on. It sounds like
Yeah, it sounds pretty bad on my side.
go back to the video and listen to how it sounds, and then try to figure out what it could be, because it sounds like a lot of static, and it sounds a little staticky.
It sounds like he talking in his native tongue, draconian.
Man, stop it!
I'm just saying, this reptilian.
So it says Predator is back.
I just told you these people be eating us.
Young Riaz, what's up?
They be eating. They be eating us.
Young Riaz, you want to say something?
Sorry, what's that?
All right, let's try it again. Young Riaz, you want to say something?
Not at the moment. I'm just gonna sit back and listen, then I'll say something.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you on mute. All right, Todd Pig, let's bring you back up. Let's try if it sounds. Let's say something.
How y'all doing?
Oh, okay. Now,
there you go.
Now we can hear you.
It's human again.
Yeah, I tried. I thought the Bluetooth would be worse, but I actually tried it and it sounds much better.
Yeah,
Just
no
a little
Bluetooth.
tip.
Yeah, no Bluetooth.
No. I'm using Bluetooth. I wasn't using it before, and it was sounding like you said, like a Predator. I put
Did
the
you hear
Bluetooth
what
on.
it sounded like? It was like.
Yeah, oh yeah, it was. I thought it was just y'all, and I was like, well, maybe they can hear me because it sounded pretty horrible.
But yeah, all right. How do you call in? Hit the StreamYard link. I have at the top. It's pinned, and anybody wants to call in. So we're gonna go through this video. We're gonna talk about this whole thing where they're saying that we're losing, we're suffering losses. Let's go, guys.
Missile slots. I think we got 50 front and 40.
What'd you say?
No, I was gonna say, but again, do we believe a former CIA anything? Do we believe anything a CIA operative tell us? Should we?
So
I mean, God, they've been lying.
CIA intel analysts that we shouldn't believe him.
No, I'm just saying.
Analyst.
It's just okay. Their whole demo is lying. Their whole demo is controlling governments, lying, and assassinations, and controlling shit. And I'm just saying, how we know he's just not another agent, another information agent to just put out information to. I don't know, man. I'm skeptical about everything white people doing right now, because if white people ain't standing up and getting rid of these evil baby eating fucks in office, then I'm all of y'all looking suspect to me. Because
but he's actually speaking out against he's speaking out against it though. He's not like promoting it and saying that we're doing great. He's speaking out against it. He's speaking out against it, saying that we're losing the situation. So he's along the same lines that Professor Jane was, by saying, listen, with this war that even on like national television, it might say that we're doing great, we're doing wonderful. You have people like him that's telling the truth and saying, no, we're not. Based on what he knows as a CIA operative, whatever the hell he was doing, intel analyst, we're not doing that good. You suffered too many losses. Let's go.
46 astern.
Let me start.
Destroyers who, remember, these destroyers come equipped with 90.
Hold on, let me go back.
Has suffered great losses. Let's listen.
And the United States is suffering significant material losses. I don't know about human loss at this point. What's happened right now? For example, they made a big point of attacking the Fifth Fleet facility in Bahrain. It's a port. That port is critical for providing service to, say, U.S. destroyers who, remember, these destroyers come equipped with 96 missile slots. I think they got 50 up front and 46 astern. And they're vertical launch systems. So when they launch either Tomahawk cruise missiles or Aegis air defense missiles out of those tubes, the only way to replace them is to sell to a port. Previously, they could sell into Bahrain and go there. Not now. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz.
So Bahrain is it's like an island just off the coast of Saudi Arabia, right near the Strait of Hormuz. So that's where Bahrain is, and it's basically a vassal state of the United States, and we have military base there, and he's saying that they just crushed it. Okay.
You've got several U.S. Navy ships that are now basically trapped inside the Persian Gulf, and Iran's got the anti-ship missiles to take those out. I don't know if they have yet, but I think they will, number one. So now this means the United States, when it's in a fight with the Abraham Lincoln carrier in the Arabian Sea, accompanied by, last I checked, it was like 3 destroyers and maybe up to 4. Once they're run out of missiles, the nearest port is 3.5 days away at Diego Garcia.
Wow.
So what he's saying is once the American ship uses their 90 missiles, it's over. They can't go back to Bahrain. They destroyed it. They got to go 3.5 days away somewhere else to another port, which means there won't be any United States presence there, and there's no more defending Israel.
Wow.
So that's how I take it. That's how I take what he's saying. Let's listen. He says more.
What we have right now is a situation that we cannot sustain a naval attack from the south with just the one aircraft carrier, because there's no nearby port they can sail to get reloaded. So 3 days out, 3 days back, that's a week.
How sustained is the American attack? Is it regular, consistent, systematic, without a break, or does it go for a couple of hours and they stop and then they come back?
Well, they can't sustain it continuously because they're using the land-based is from planes that are flying out and dropping air-guided missiles, air-to-ground missiles. And again, the same applies to the ships that are those destroyers that are firing off Tomahawk cruise missiles.
And so let me hold on. Someone just said that that the ground troops, they haven't hit the ground yet. They're trying to do everything without hitting the ground. They're using missiles and all this other stuff. They're trying to avoid hitting the ground because I think they know it's going to be wild if they hit the ground. You know what I'm saying? They know it's going to be some wild-ish. And it's going to be a lot of people that pass on when they do that. But they're trying everything. But the thing is that they're suffering great losses on these ships by them cutting off their ability to leave. Man, like this guy said, Professor Zhang, he said that they have been preparing for this, guys. So they have probably tactic, even though America has all these war weapons and this, that, the other. Tactically, Iran has prepared for this, and they knew exactly what they were going to do if they were ever struck. They already know it. So that's why we are losing this battle. Let's go.
Once they fire, they're done. They'll have to wait till they can go reload. I do understand that Iran has fired some missiles and drones at the ship, at the carrier strike force. Don't know what the effect has been. We do know that in Bahrain, they hit the facility that housed U.S. naval officers. It's on fire. So there's possibility that they have killed some U.S. Naval personnel. You got Bahrainis cheering as Iranian missiles are slamming in to this U.S. naval facility.
So the people of Bahrain are cheering on Iran that are bombing our U.S. naval facility in Bahrain.
Oh, wow.
So now we're going to be just as hated around the world as Israel is. And that's
Yeah.
But here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Well, the petrodollar thing, it's almost as if they intentionally trying to destroy the rest of America to hasten that technate thing they're into. That's how it comes off to me.
Okay. This guy's got more to say. Let's listen.
But at the same time, what you have is the other countries, Saudi Arabia has now declared war on Iran. I'm sure that Qatar and United Arab Emirates are going to follow suit. And fine, up to this point, Iran has targeted only the military targets, the U.S. military targets in these countries. But if those countries want to start getting into it with Iran, Iran will take out their oil. And Iran very well can do that. And that'll be especially true if the West tries to attack Iranian oil facilities and oil fields. They will then, in turn, light up the entire Persian Gulf and say goodbye to 25% of the world's petroleum.
So what actually happened, so I didn't know this, that Saudi Arabia had declared war on Iran, but what we have found out since he said this was that Israel attacked Saudi Arabia, and they did like a false flag. They tried to make it seem like Iran did it to try to draw Saudi Arabia in. But now we know, and we know that the Iranians are in contact with the Saudi Arabians diplomatically, and they told them, hey, we didn't bomb. We don't want anybody to bomb oil facilities. We don't want anybody bombing our oil facilities, and we're not bombing anybody else's oil facilities. It definitely, we're only bombing military targets of the United States that are inside other Arab countries. And this was Israel that did that. Exactly what Israel always does, a false flag to try to draw people into wars. And that's exactly what this is. So, and what he's saying is that if we go after Iranians' oil capability, Iran will take out Saudi Arabia's oil capability, the United Arab Emirates capability, Bahrain, Oman, everybody in the Middle East. They're going to take out their oil because Iran has the ability to do that. So they will do it. And so that's why you notice that the United States has not yet bombed the oil fields of Iran. Up until this moment, they haven't done it. And I'm pretty sure the reason is because they know that Iran will then knock out the oil in every other Arab country, which they have the ability to do. And that's World War III right there, baby. And that's going to hurt Europe more than anybody. Okay, let's see what he has more to say. No, that's it. That was it. So I just want to show you what he's talking about. So this is the area he's talking about. So here's Kuwait. There's Bahrain right here. So that's where the Bahrainians were cheering at. Let me see. I'll get it a little bigger. There it is. There's Iran, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi, Doha, and there's Qatar, and there's Bahrain. So they took out the U.S. Navy installation in Bahrain, and the Bahrain people were cheering it on. So this is what so here's the Gulf states. There's the United Arab Emirates, there's Doha, there's Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia. And let's remember, this is the Greater Israel Project. So they want to take over. They've already taken over that parts of Syria. They want to go into Turkey. I've already showed you that in another segment. Israel is now talking about starting a war with Turkey and Saudi Arabia because this is where they want to go. They want to go all the way down here. Mecca is right here. They want to take that over. Israel does, and they know this is the only chance they have right now. So they're already talking about going in against Turkey and going in against Saudi Arabia, which they're all supposed to be on the same side. Turkey is a NATO country. We're in bed with Saudi Arabia to the petrodollar, and we're all supposed to be on the same side with the United States and Israel, except Israel wants to go to war with Saudi Arabia and Turkey, and they want to take over Iraq up until right here. There you go. And they're going to want to go into Egypt too, just so you know. Yeah. So there, and here it is. Iranian state media says that Iran did not attack Saudi Arabia's oil.
Hey, it's 112 people watching, only 22 likes. Please hit the like button. Please share this live. Please support the channel. Thank you so much.
They didn't. It was Israel, and they know it. Now everybody knows it. So I have hope. I don't have faith in a lot of things. My fingers crossed. I hope this goes so horribly in the Middle East that it's the end of Israel. Because I have a feeling this could be the end of Israel.
Me too. I hope so too.
Take us all down with them. They're gonna make sure.
Yeah, so they have this thing called the
Me
Singleton
too.
Doctrine.
I hope so too. You know, I hope one day that Palestine.
Like, I'm convinced that Israel is nothing but a CIA hub. That it's a CIA hub, like the entire state of Israel is a bunch of CIA operatives. Like what the fuck else can make sense?
Go ahead, young Riaz, what you're saying?
I'm saying this is interesting to be honest though. This is very interesting to be honest, you know. Like wow. I just hope though, that if it's for Israel and also the Palestine becomes free, because I support the Palestinians though.
So here's a question. You're in the Philippines. What exactly
I'm
is
in the UK actually.
Oh, you're in the UK. What are even in the UK? What are people saying about this whole thing in the UK that you're hearing?
Oh, well, they're saying like this is interesting though, and it's kind of like kind of terrifying to be honest though. I'll tell you this though, I'm basically from the UK, but I'm a British-born Pakistani, so I'm born in UK, but I'm Pakistani.
So like you Pakistani, how do your people feel about what's going on?
Yeah, how do my people feel what's going on? They're like basically praying, basically. They're not happy, They're not happy though. Yeah, but basically though, I have Persian ancestry. I got Persian ancestry.
Oh wow. And I think a lot of Pakistanis have that Persian
Yeah,
connection.
basically, but I come from. Wait, but I was gonna say, DJ. To me, though, I'm from the Sunni Persians, though. Indo-Persian, basically. I'm from the Sunni Persians, though. Canaan people. So yeah, that's who I'm from.
Right.
Yeah, that's the all of those people up there in North Africa, Northeast Africa,
Yeah, the Persian
Egypt, all of those
Empire.
people, Persians,
Yeah,
all
because
those people
look, bro.
come from Persia.
I was gonna say the Persian Empire stretched from Europe to North Africa and the Indian subcontinent. So I'm half Persian.
Yeah, that's what those are the lands that they conquered and colonized. But they're
Yeah, but they
officially just
didn't
from
say
Iraq.
they never took over. So yeah, but basically they never took over the whole land. They tried, but then they failed. So instead of like basically running away, what they did is they went around the border and took over pieces of the land. So instead, yeah, they took over and they colonized for a bit. But what they did is they bred with the people there and they invested in the land. And then once they left, they already got people who were already influenced by them.
Well, hold on real second. We have a super chat by On with Alice. Thank you for the $10 super chat. She's saying, praying we all learn the real truth. Thank you so much.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
I still gotta make that song, which is a mantra. I make mantras. I make songs that are mantras. Like when I make music, it's about like, you could play it and play it over and over again, and it'll help you to meditate into manifestation. That's the type of things I'm into.
Okay, that's
this is
interesting.
precognitions, guys. So this is like this is, you're talking to a person that's into that, all that stuff. So that is what that song's about. So when a person gives a donation, I play that to manifest money, because at this time, money might get like real tight out here. So we gonna need everything we can get, all the tools in our box we can get. Todd, did you want to say something about what we've been talking about so far? About that we might lose.
I say.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in and out for so long, I kind of lost part of the conversation.
But
I do want to make one
that we
comment.
might lose this war, that we might lose this based on the amount of like losses we've taken so far.
I don't believe that one bit. I mean, I think I wish it didn't come to it, but I do think you need to go over that a little bit. But it's always terrible. I mean, you were saying you were in, I mean, I was in, and I'm one in the thousands. I consider it a blessing. It kind of bothers me I didn't go, but I'm one in 1,000 that deployed. I mean, you said you were in. I don't know if you deployed or not. I imagine so if you were ever in. It seemed like when I was in, everybody was going. But I mean, maybe it's just a blessing. Maybe I wasn't meant to go. But it's not going to be pretty. I mean, I wouldn't say it's all out war, but it's definitely a pretty ugly conflict.
Right. Your accent is so thick and so fast. I can't understand everything that you said.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I'll try to slow it down. I can slow it down.
You sound like King of the Hill sometimes.
Yeah, you talking about the army. I was in the army. They did call me Boomhauer. So.
Okay. But I was just gonna say that I'll be honest with you, though. I do have to slow down a bit because you've heard me speak before. I literally speak really fast, so I'm trying to slow down for you.
Yeah, I mean, I have to. I get it. I guess. I mean.
Yeah. I get you on that though. But yeah, this is kind of interesting as well, But yeah, and how do I feel about it? Yeah, all I'm doing is I can pray for them though. There's nothing else I can do. I'm just praying for the good people there, and also the people that have fallen or people who passed away. All I do is just pray for them, man. That's all I can do. There's nothing else I can do, so.
No,
right?
that's
Is that what it's
something
called, Curtis?
The option, Samson option.
I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead, Todd.
No, I was just saying, like, people talking about it, something definitely goes on. I mean, if people don't talk about it, then there's nothing you can do. But the more you talk, it don't always have to be violence. I mean, if people talk about it, things can get done, things can get changed. Listen to other people's perspective, why they believe something the way it is. I mean, like I just heard a guy say that Asians don't get along with white people, and I'm like, well, I don't really agree with him, but I get to thinking my wife is Asian. She really don't like me. So, I mean, maybe my perspective changed, Shoot. Maybe I need divorce now.
No, he was saying that Asian is white adjacent.
But he said it first. That's why I'm just joking around.
Okay.
No, he didn't say that Asians didn't get
you,
along with white people. He said the Asian is white adjacent, and that
yeah,
it's
but when you say
they
Asian
work
stuff,
together with each other and they help each other out. So he's
not
saying
me,
that white
though.
and Asians, even though
Yeah.
there might be some Asians that don't like white people, for the most part, they also work together. When it comes to
Okay. But I mean, when you say Asians, though, which category, though? Because, I fall under the South Asia category. So when they say Asians, though, like, basically, I know in the UK I'm considered an Asian, but if I was in America, what would I be considered by? Other than Asian?
You're Asian. You're Asian. You are Pakistani. You're Asian. And
yeah, but
a
some
lot of the
people don't
Indians
think.
and Asians, when they come to America,
I'm not Indian, though. I don't consider myself. I don't consider myself Indian though, because I'm different people from them. Even though, like, once upon a time, me and them share the history, but I ain't no Indian. I'm different culture and different. I'm different people / culture. My history started in the 13th century. Whatever the Indians had before me, that's their history, not my history.
That's just politics, right? So if your family lived in this area right here, and then they moved, let's say 100 miles away, and they started another family, not even started a new family, they just kept.
I'm going to tell you an interesting fact as well. My family never had to move anywhere. They got to keep everything. They got to keep their land. They got to keep their farm, everything. They got to
I
keep
mean,
everything. Where they fell under in Punjab, though, right? They got to
say
keep everything,
you
but
in the
other
UK
people
right
had
now,
to
right?
move.
Hey, listen, we
You
need
in the
one mic.
UK?
Let him finish let everybody finish what they gotta say. Because when you talk over him, we can't hear what he said. So go
All
ahead.
right, continue. Sorry, I cut you off. My mistake, bro.
No, he
Continue.
was cutting
Oh,
you
no, I
off.
cut you off.
Laura was
No, I
cutting you
cut you.
off. Go ahead. Say finish your sentence because I couldn't hear what you were saying because he was report what's the word
Okay.
like reacting.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, I get what he was saying though too. But the thing is, with my family, we got to keep everything. Got to keep the land, the farm, everything. They own their own farmland, everything. I descend from a warrior clan. They're called the Kianis, though, basically, right? And what they came from the Canaan dynasty and everything like that. So they were like a warrior clan and they were once allied with the Mongols. They fought against the Suris and everything, and they even fought against the British too. They were like independent, strong words, and they pledged loyalty to the Mughal Empire. I was loyal to the Mughals, though. The Hindus were the ones that sell out, and I got no beef with them. I'm just saying truth.
Yeah, I know.
In
I'm
your
just
case,
saying that
the
the
Hindus
Pakistanis
sided with the
Hindus.
European, the English.
Yeah. Yeah, the Hindus did though. You know how basically the British East India Company spread over because local Hindu rulers allowed them to basically be swayed and basically be bribed, and they allowed them to spread. And then basically after that, they basically them same local Hindu rulers with the British East India Company decided to overthrow the Mughals, and then the British themselves came over and ruled them over. So what they did is they did the divide and conquer, what you call it, divide and rule tactic, and then basically they played both sides, and then eventually, like in a snap of a hat, they took over the whole thing.
I listen. Sounds like they're gonna do the same thing in Iran and in that whole area. This sounds like this is a repeat story that's happening. Let's go.
An option.
Okay.
Which means if they feel like their country is about to go down and is in an existential threat, that they're going to start nuking. They're going to start using nukes and create a nuclear war. And
Which is weird because they don't even have them, so they have to invent them.
Yeah, they have to. But so they've had nukes since the 60s. And that's why they killed JFK, because JFK was going to stop them from getting nukes. And they were like, no, you're not stopping us. We'll kill you. And they did. And LBJ went along with it. That's your country got overthrown from the inside and the outside in 1963. Your country was overthrown. And so when Noam Chomsky says, who cares? That's Noam Chomsky revealing that he's an asset of the CIA, and he always was. He always was. He's an asset of Israel. That's why he's buddies with Jeffrey Epstein. So anything, really, woo. But there you go. America has suffered great losses. And this is not going to turn out well. They don't have an end game. They don't have, how do you know when you win? They don't have that metric. It's not happening.
Wait, who doesn't? Because Israel knows.
No,
it's
the
when they
United
have
States.
that- oh, yeah.
The United States. They're just doing what Israel wants. Straight up doing what Israel wants. And
Sir, if you were a CIA asset, you would not be on here saying you're a CIA asset. What CIA asset? I'm a CIA asset. Are you joking?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, man. But
Israel doesn't care how bad it gets for the United States or Europe or the rest of the world. They don't care.
They hope it gets worse because they want Jews to move to Israel from America. They don't want. That's why they're trying to get them to go on vacation when at the height of while they're murdering all them people in Gaza, and then they wouldn't let them leave. They closed down the Air Force because Bibi wanted us to bomb the first time. And the reason I know is because two people that used to work for Kill Tony got trapped in Israel, and Joe had to ask his buddy from one of his bodyguards, his ex-special forces, to make contact to get them to Cyprus, where most of the Israelis ran when they ran away from Israel, as they should. It's a disaster.
But guess what? They're bombing Cyprus.
Oh.
Yeah, Iran bombed Cyprus because they know that's where there's a. Yep.
Cyprus,
I bet you. I bet you that's where Netanyahu is. I bet you he was in Cyprus, and I bet you that's why they bombed Cyprus.
You don't spend a lot of time there in the.
He's not in Israel. Netanyahu's not in Israel.
Somebody was suggesting he's in Germany.
He might be in Germany. Might be in Cyprus.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
I
He's
would-
in Germany.
How ironic that the Jew runs to Germany for protection.
Well, to be fair, he's from there.
Okay, over to stuff. Hey, if you want to come see me tell jokes about this, come see me in San Antonio, Albuquerque, Houston, Dallas.
Pause it right there.
All right.
So we can't glaze over that, right? Yeah. So he's German. He's not even.
Yeah.
Your mic then went out again. If you're talking, Laurel, your mic is off. Go ahead. Yeah, if you're talking, I can't hear you. I can't hear if you're talking.
I don't think I hear him neither right now.
Yeah,
I heard him earlier. I heard him earlier, but not right now.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Laura. You got to leave and come back. So we have Douglas McGregor. A new world emerges. Iran will win. So everybody is out here saying that Iran is fixing to win this war, guys. What does that mean for America if this happens?
We are joined today by Colonel Douglas McGregor, a decorated combat veteran, author, and former advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Defense. Thank you for coming back on. We are now heading towards the end of day 3 of the war against Iran. And I think it's fair to say that I think Trump was hoping for a quick war, but it doesn't appear that there will be any quick regime change operation happening here. How are you assessing it, though? How should we, I guess, measure the developments of the war and what to expect?
I think the first thing we can say is that the Iranians have targeted at least 27 bases, including port facilities in the Middle East, ranging from Incirlik Air Base all the way down to Dubai in the Gulf. So the war has been effectively regionalized, and the consequences of these actions cannot really be fully appreciated yet. Everyone knows about the Gulf and what has already happened in the oil markets. Today, the oil markets in Europe opened about 20% higher, simply based on the probability that the oil supply would be disrupted for some period of time. So I think we're headed towards more than $100 a barrel. We'll get there pretty quickly. How high, I don't know, but I think that's going to happen. And if you look at a place like the United Arab Emirates, very inexpensive drones have defeated what appear to be some of the world's most expensive air and missile defenses and put a number of airstrips, airports out of business. You have to understand that in the Gulf, there are all sorts of international conglomerates, especially a lot of Indian conglomerates, that do a huge, huge business through the United Arab Emirates and Dubai. All of this is effectively being shut down. You also have millions of people. There are about 4.6 million Indians who own businesses in the Emirates who are now stranded, and they are a critical component of the economy. In addition to those, there are hundreds of thousands, probably millions of Europeans, Americans, and others who are stranded. Right now, you've got to cross the mountains down to Muscat in order to find an aircraft that will take you out. I think the damage that's being done to the oil infrastructure is only now really beginning. We have evidence that some oil refineries have been struck, particularly in Saudi Arabia. I think we're going to see more of that. So we're at the beginning of what is ostensibly a long regional war. And we haven't even begun to assess the possibility that others may become involved, because this emergency created by the Gulf War affects India, it affects Northeast Asia, it affects Turkey, it affects Europe. Effectively, the entire world is now focused on this war that is ostensibly between Israel and Iran. Now, the funny thing about this war is that it did not begin with a joint Israeli-American assault. It began with an Israeli attack. And Secretary of State Rubio seems to have told the group of 8, these are senators in the U.S. Senate that are part of the Senate Armed Services Committee, that Israel began the attack. We had not been informed of it. We were not warned that they were going to do this. All we knew was always a possibility. And we decided to simply join in because we were not yet satisfied with our posture at the beginning of this. So we seem to have come late to the party, and now we've begun to feel the full impact of all these missiles. A number of missiles have been fired at ships that have yet to strike them. And we know that 3 F-15 fighters were downed. We're attributing that to friendly fire, although there are some disputes about that in terms of others in the region and the world who seem to think the Iranians did it. In any case, we lost 3 F-15s. We didn't lose the pilots.
Jesus Christ.
But we have
was
lost
allies who
American
shot it.
sailors,
Shot
soldiers,
it.
sailors, airmen, and Marines. We just don't know how many. We've admitted, I think, to 3 or 4, but I suspect there's more than that.
So we don't even know what the hell we over here shooting our own damn planes down.
No, we didn't shoot it. It was Kuwait. Kuwait did it.
Interesting. Kuwait did it.
Yeah, you know, we got allies over there in the Arab states. We got allies.
Well, you know that
and
Saudi
they let us use
Arabia
their
just said
airspace.
that they just said that they're mad because the U.S. they feel like betrayed that we favored Israel over Saudi. Let's check this out.
And
voted Kamala.
They should have voted Kamala. But Israel is actually striking the oil production in Saudi Arabia and trying to blame it on Iran.
Oh,
But
Wow.
and
Israel is striking.
a lot of people thought it was Iran, right? Because
Wow.
Iran is hitting
Whoa, what is this
Whoa.
about? Hold up.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's
What the hell is going on? So
that's basic
Israel,
CIA Masonic tactics. You create a problem, then come with the solution. That's basic.
so it wasn't
Wow.
Iran that
That's-
hit Saudi. It was Israel that hit Saudi and they blamed it on Iran,
Of
but it
course.
was Israel. What?
Wow.
Yeah,
Judgment Day is very.
that's
All
how
I'm gonna say
they
is that.
we're not calling it war.
Wow. All I'm gonna say is Judgment Day is very near. Like, wow, man. Like, literally. I used to live in Saudi like 7-8 years ago, like 2008 period. Though I used to live there, though. Actually, my experience was good, though. But man, that is interesting, though. Wow.
That's crazy. That
Yeah.
what?
Not
Oh my
see,
God.
to me, if I was on the chessboard, I would tell Trump that his best move is to attack Israel. His best move, if he really wanted to come out on top, is to attack Israel. Play dumb, like, you know what? We got fake news, fake information from BB Netanyahu. He tricked us into going into war. You know what I'm saying? And bomb the shit out of Israel. Boom. United States the hero all over again.
Other
The
Arab states in
consensus
the Gulf
is that
have United States.
Iran bombed Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, though. That's the consensus.
Of course
I mean, if I tell you I went to if you tell me you went to the moon, I'm probably not going to believe it. People are just saying stuff, just throwing it out left field. It ain't always true when people talk.
Nah, that shit's true, man. Like that's basic.
You have no
CIA.
evidence that you're just.
That's basic CIA Masonic propaganda. Like, that's literally their move. That's literally their move.
Sorry, I was just going to ask, is it basically simple divide and rule tactics, though, or is it simple divide and conquer tactics? Play both sides and see who comes out on top, right?
Yeah. That's
Let
how
me
you
ask
do
you a
it.
question, though.
They'll poison the water. They'll poison the water, blame it on the adjacent people, then sell you the cure to the water, right? After y'all done sold all of y'all assets and all of y'all shit to them for the medicine, right? They didn't cleaned up with them, right? And then they tell them over there that y'all hoarding the medicine and that because they didn't already poison those people over there. You don't know that though, but they didn't already poison them people, and they lying and saying that y'all got the cure to the disease in the water, and they got the medicine, and the whole time you poison both of their water. And the whole time you poison both of their water, and you profit from both of them going to war with each other.
Who do you really trust more, Israel or Iran?
None of them.
I'm not going to I'm going to abstain, man. No, I plead the fifth, man. I'm pleading the Fifth Amendment on that, though, to be honest. I don't trust Israel, though, to be honest. So
I choose the side of right.
I do too, though. I do too. Yeah,
If you
but
choose the
yeah,
side of
we
righteousness,
can.
then you gotta condemn Israel, bro. And you can't give Iran no green pass either, because they did just as much atrocities than Israel. I mean, hell, at least Israel's shit is just recently. It's recent.
Wait,
Like
but actually, they've been doing it since. I'm gonna tell you the sorry, though.
version of history go back a long way, and they did a lot of atrocities to a lot of people. So let's
Wait,
not sit
didn't
here.
the Israel thing started in like? Sorry, I was gonna say, didn't the Israel thing though start in 1917? Balfour Declaration.
The Persians invaded North Africa. They invaded
Yeah, and
Africa.
they invaded the Indian subcontinent as well. They're like part of it.
Well, no,
So,
I'm saying the Persians. The
yeah,
Persians
I
are the
know.
ones who done all this shit. They're the same people who attacked the Greeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the same
I'm
people. So
proud
it's
of
not
my
like they
Persian
squeaky clean. Like I mean,
They're
all of these
not.
people here are
That
bloody
is
and
well
dirty
known, though.
with slavery and colonialism and imperialism. All of them are guilty.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know,
can you your either? I'm not sure. I want to hear your mic a little louder. And
All right, how about now?
Yeah, I need you here to talk a little louder. And same thing with you, Todd. Want to hear you guys
Okay.
talk a little loud so we can
I
hear
get you. I
You
get
sound
you
like you're
on
like
what
laying down and just
I
talking.
get you on what you're saying though, bruh. But you know, like when I was saying about the Indian subcontinent, though, actually, they multiple people bred with them. It was Indo-Persian, African, European, Turkish. You got the Irani people though, Indo-Africans as well. So yeah, you got like they're like a multi-ethnic people. So basically, I fall under the Indo-Persians and stuff, but basically the Persians I fall under the Sunni Persians stuff. So
yeah, saying like these are Indo-Africans and stuff like that make it sound poetic or something, man. Like, nah, those people got conquered in those.
no, I know about that though. No, but listen, I know about that, man. I know
So it's
about
not
that.
like Indo-African, Indo, they were conquerors and pillagers and plunderers, just like the white man. Just like the white man. It's just this they turn now. It's they turn. It's they
White
turn
people
all over.
White people's been conquered too.
By white people.
No, by mostly the Ottoman Empire, like Muslims. Yeah, like white people's. It ain't a turn. It's just okay. How about the Egyptians? How about I guess we call them white too. How about the Muslims from Africa?
The Egyptians are the Persians. Those are the remnants of the Persian Empire when they infested.
Well, what about black African countries that enslaved white people? I mean, that happened too.
What black African country has enslaved white people?
No, it was the West. They're not even the same names anymore. Like the West Africans came up.
What
was the name? It'd be mostly like what's right below Spain.
Yeah. What
Morocco. Morocco, or unless you're talking about the Moors.
Morocco is one of them, but that is one of them. Yes.
That's the only country that invaded was Morocco. The Moors invaded in 711, and that wasn't them conquering. That was them reconquering because they had already had the place before that. Before the Castilians took over and the Visigoths and all of them people took over, those people were already.
They didn't have control over Ireland.
They got pushed out by the Visigoths and the Vandals and all
Libya.
Of them, all of them people that come from up north, they all got pushed out and they got pushed back into Morocco and back into North Africa and all of that stuff. And then those people gathered their forces, got some of the North Africans and went back into Spain, or Andalus, which is what they called it.
Like Ghana.
Yeah.
Al-Andalus is what it was called before they started calling it Spain. It was always called Al-Andalus. It was never called Spain. right? So that was always been Moorish land. It had always been Moorish land, and y'all had pushed them people out of there. Well, not you, but they had pushed those people out of that land.
Well, like Ghana had the ivory slavery, slave trade.
You say Ghana?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The slavery and indentured servitude has always been.
No, I mean like it's always a part of everywhere. Like
there were no Ghanaians with ships going across the Atlantic to the Americas. There was no.
No, it was kind of like the same thing with American trade, slave trade. Other Europeans brought other white people to Ghana and sold them.
Yeah, that's because in Ghana they traded slaves because we had indentured servitude there. It wasn't chattel slavery. It's a total difference.
No, I'm talking about Europeans going to Africa as slaves.
As indentured servants, they were not slaves. It's a difference.
We're getting too far off of topic. We're talking about what's going on right now, because we always go back in the slavery.
Well, it's all interrelated though, sis. Like everything that's happening right now is nothing but a reenactment of what's already happened before. We've already been in the Middle East back in the 90s when I was a kid, right? Back in the 90s, it was peace in the Middle East. Remember that? Remember that all over in living colors and all of that stuff. The war in Kuwait and Iraq and all that stuff. Like this is still all the same stuff. It ain't never stopped, and it's all tied into this ethno religio bullshit that they got going on over here, acting like this place is holy or something. It's not holy. It's just a place where all of the different nations of people in the world collide at, and because of that, it's volatile in that area. It's volatile in that area. That's it. It's a corridor from east to west to north. It's a corridor. That's why. It's military.
Wait, so I was gonna say though, man, that basically, it was the Persians who recognized me. Those same Indians though that once shared a history with me, they were the same people who refused to recognize me and refused to represent me though. That's why they created that country in the first place though, because they knew that once they, if they were independent fully, they're gonna get mistreated. So they created their own.
When you say
I think I don't.
When you say they,
I'm talking about the Indians.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just because y'all got different religions and stuff like that. But
no, it's not just religions, different ancestors. My ancestors is the Persians, and the Persians' ancestors is the Elamites, the sons of Shem and stuff.
See, you see what I'm talking about, sis? You see, he got to talk about Elamites and Shemites and all that stuff. I just told you, it's wrapped up in that ethno-religio bullshit that they created out of that Abrahamic religious propaganda to control the world, and they're all wrapped up in it. They're all knee deep in it, and they're all playing their little parts to be called one of these people. They want to be the Elamites. They want to be the Hebrews. They want to be the Israelites. They want to be these characters in this story to play out this bullshit. And we all got to sit back and watch these people sit here and play this dumb shit in our face. Like it's so fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They're eating babies. They're eating children. And it's like all of this stuff is demonic. And it's like if you're buying into any of this stuff, you part of the problem. If you don't understand that all of this stuff is interlinked, interwoven, and it's all part of the white supremacy, it's all embedded within it, all within the Abrahamic religion, the caste system, all of that stuff, the money, the way they treat people is all wrote in the Talmud and they traditions and all. Man, look, all y'all gotta do is go read it. They'll tell you that Abraham he really came from Turkey or India or somewhere. And he's really Brahma. Abraham's really Brahma. And Sarah is really Sabati, right? And I'm like, woven culture.
Right. So let's play a little bit more of this because I want to get back to the subject. Let's go.
Bases, but they're only hitting the military bases.
Yeah, they're very accurate. Their missiles better
Yeah.
than I would say our missiles. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, army, and so, well, here's what this is a Saudi political analyst, Suleiman Al-Qawli, on Al Jazeera. Here he says that America has abandoned them. Let's listen. He says U.S. defense center on Israel without Gulf states that located in it are many U.S. military bases. So he's saying U.S. is just focusing on Israel, protecting Israel, not focusing on protecting the Arab states that have U.S. military bases in it. What it's in doubt, I appreciate it, or I think there's a sense of disappointment in the Gulf on our ally, our partner. That would be the United States. They're disappointed in our ally, our partner. Yeah, because that Israel is their wife and Saudi Arabia is just their side piece, just like Ukraine. The United States has a lot of side pieces, and who was it? Why am I blanking on his name?
I just think it's funny when white people talk like say like stuff that black people say like side pieces. It's like what? Israel has a lot of side pieces. Wait, what?
Like,
that's hilarious.
No, who was Nixon's Secretary of State?
Huh?
Kissinger said it is dangerous.
I ain't gonna go on ghetto.
Look, U.S. got like their main bitch and they got their side piece, which is a
bunch of side pieces.
Man, shout out.
Shout out to United
You
States.
you can tell when people listen to be around black people because they say wild stuff.
To be America's friend, it's deadly. It's dangerous to be our adversary. It's deadly to be our friend.
Well, he really just came out and said that stuff, huh?
He said that.
Every time I don't like him, he said a thing where I'm like, well, I got to give that to him.
So this is what's happening. Here we go. We described it accurately. The U.S. partner that focuses on the security of Israel and stability of Israel and the people of Israel without attention on defending the Arab Gulf states that are exposed today to attacks from Iran without U.S. putting efforts to protect us. So that's what's happening. So even the Gulf states, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia.
All right, go ahead.
So my thing is, ain't the Saudis Muslims?
Well,
the Saudis are Muslims, right?
Yeah.
So why didn't the Saudis just ask the rest of the Islamic states to come help them instead of asking the United States?
Because I think that didn't the United States get rid of their biggest Muslim leader and become like the power over there to fix up their whole like area over there?
I'm just saying, right? Iran is a radical Islamic state for all intents and purposes, right? So think about the logic. Because they're bombing me, I'm gonna fuck you up. Even though I know you want peace, you don't want no drama, but I'm gonna fuck you up because they keep on bombing me. Think about the logic of that. So they're not necessarily attacking the United States full on. They're not attacking the United States. They're attacking the United States allies. That's evil as fuck. That's evil as fuck.
Yeah.
That's like me saying, "Oh, if I can't get you, then I'm gonna just shoot your daughter or your cousin."
That's how the mafia works. That's how it really works in war.
I know it, and that's what I'm saying. No, they're evil. That's evil. No, you're basically like, I'm gonna kill innocent people who ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't care about the collateral damage either. But Allah Akbar though. You see what I'm saying? And I'm just saying, like, if you really believe in Allah and you believe in peace, assalamu alaikum, if you actually believe in peace, then how come all the other Islamic states didn't gather up to go check Iran? they should be all gathering up to go check Iran. They bombing other Muslims. But I guess you know what? Don't worry about it. Go and call on Big Daddy the white man, and the white man gonna come save y'all, sand niggers. They gonna come save y'all. They gonna come save y'all. You see, and then you're gonna be further in debt into them, right? So go ahead and let the United States go ahead and play their role and see what happens. You're gonna be selling more than oil to them.
Bahrain, they know that the United States has focused all their military might on protecting Israel, and they don't care what happens to them.
Well, maybe Saudis should use their own Shabbos goys. They're called Filipinos.
Look,
Saudi Arabia, the oil facility in Ras Turna has ceased its operations.
I ain't never seen this, and he just
So
turned around
Saudi
and said the
Arabia's
same
big
thing.
oil facility, it got hit. So here it is.
Okay, what you say, Laura?
No, I said, see, he just said the same thing. Well, why can they call them the Filipinos? Other Muslim states. Why wouldn't you call them other Muslim states, nigga, to help defend? Especially if you feeding all them people, they getting their oil from you too. So why you didn't holler at the other Muslim states? Why you didn't, or how come y'all didn't go into holy jihad to, No, you didn't do that. Y'all scared of Iran or something?
I don't know. Well, all right. So welcome to the panel, Man in the High Castle. What are your comments?
Good evening. Great show. Yeah, I just believe that Americans should be aware that Iran and Saudi Arabia and the rest of the countries, they come from two separate houses. There's the Sunni and there's the Shia. And Iran represents the Shia, specifically the Twelvers. The 12 imams. So they come from that specific house of Shia. And Saudi Arabia, they're Sunni. The majority of the Muslim world is Sunni. The rest is Shia.
That's a Muslim thing. That's a Muslim problem.
Right. That's exactly why it's a bit more complex why these neighboring Muslim countries aren't all vibing with one another.
So you saying they
Huh? I'm saying that they're existential threats to one another, how they practice their tenets.
They get along about Protestants and Catholics.
Exactly. The Shia, specifically the ones from Iran, the Twelvers, they believe that the Mahdi is going to be coming on the last days. And the Mahdi is the self-guided one who would be walking in the days of Jesus. And the Mahdi is going to prepare their paradise.
In the 17th century, by force, Persia was originally Sunni majority before.
Well, today's not the 12th century. They used to practice Zoroastrianism at one point, way before the 12th century, when they were all scientifically astute. However, with Islam, they pushed away a lot of that scientific stuff and got hardcore religion. Sell it. They moved away from building
Saudi Arabia,
chessboards.
the oil facility in Ras Turna has ceased its operations.
One thing about you, Man in the High Castle, you take these long pauses. So I don't know when you're taking a
I'm
pause.
done.
So what you gotta do is when you're done talking, say I land my plane, because I don't know when you're done. Because you take long pauses, I start the video without like knowing that you're done. And you have an echo. When you're unmuted. So just FYI. So were you done with what you were saying?
Yep, I docked my yacht.
All right, so let's go.
Called Filipinos.
Saudi Arabia, the oil facility in Ras Turna has ceased its operations. So Saudi Arabia's big oil facility, it got hit. So here it is. Here it is. Now, people thought that was Iran that did that. So people thought that was Iran. But now we're getting many more credible reports that say, no, that was actually Israel that's going, because Iran doesn't want the United States to bomb their oil fields. So they're being careful not to bomb anybody else's oil fields because they don't want to start, let's bomb each other's oil fields war. What Iran is doing is just striking back at military installations of the United States in other Arab countries. They're not striking the oil production because they don't want anybody to strike their oil production. So they're not really launching a war against these Arab states. They're launching a war against the United States military installations in those countries. So so right now here we have Ryan Razbiniani says, just in, Iranian state media shares Iran did not attack the Ras Tanura oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, Tanura oil refinery. It was Israel.
Hey, I just want to put it out there that my sister-in-law was in Kuwait, and they were definitely bombed by, luckily they didn't get hit, but they were definitely bombed by Iran, not Israel. In Kuwait, not a military side.
So, well, here's the news, right? So now you have people like saying different things. I don't know, but I'm just showing what people are saying. I don't know, like the how true it is, but I'm just reporting what people are saying, and whatever he's using, which is I think Twitter, is saying that this was not done by Israel. So Twitter has become a new way to communicate what's going on there. And so some people are saying one thing, other people are saying other things. Let's continue.
Tasnim news agency reports the attack on the Saudi Aramco refinery was carried out by Israel, and Iran did not strike any oil facilities in Saudi Arabia. In fact, here, I got a video for you to tell you the same thing.
We have already been in touch with our Saudi brothers, and we have talked about this issue. Iran is not responsible for the attack against the oil installations in Saudi Arabia. We have made it clear. We have officially announced today that was not one of the targets of the Iranian armed forces.
So there you go. Saudi Arabia feels completely abandoned by the United States because they have been. And in fact, the United States allowed Israel to bomb their oil production facility. So now the United States, if you look at it this way, has Saudi Arabia, the petrodollar, the whole deal. They've been our ally. You remember the petrodollar was so important to the United States that a long time ago when Barack Obama was president, they passed a law in Congress saying that they could look into Saudi Arabia's role in 9/11. Barack Obama got on a plane and flew to Saudi Arabia to smooth it over. That's how important Saudi Arabia's relationship with the United States was because of the petrodollar.
Right.
And so now you got Trump siding with Israel over Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was already leaving the petrodollar because they already started selling oil to China in wons instead of US dollars, which is the petrodollar is, so the whole world, when they trade energy, when they sell oil or liquid natural, they have to use American dollars, right? That's the way that's called, we're the reserve currency of the world. And so if Saudi Arabia starts selling their oil to everybody in a different dollars instead of United States currency, that's horrible for that it's over for the United States. And so for Saudi Arabia to be seeing the United States side with Israel as Israel bombs their oil facilities, This is
they own us. Did Saudi Arabia not know that?
There's so many bad things that are coming. This is worse than the Iraq War for the United States. So what Trump is doing, Trump said how bad the Iraq War was for the United States, how it was a disaster. This is worse than that.
Yeah.
So what Trump, because Iran actually has missiles, they actually have a military. Iran is actually bigger than Iraq and Syria and Afghanistan combined.
Yeah.
So this is not, and they're in bed with.
I have no sense of geography, Jimmy. Sorry, I don't.
Right, doesn't matter. But and Iran has the backing of Russia and China.
Yeah, who also have those missiles that we don't have.
Right, the hypersonic missiles you're talking about. So Iran has hypersonic missiles we don't even have. They have hypersonic missiles that we don't have in the United States. We don't have them.
Yeah, we have some crazy stuff, but the gap between missiles and the secret stuff that they don't want anyone to know exists means we can't use our super special stuff. So we have to. It's probably very frustrating.
and we're depleted because we gave all our missiles to Iran to use in Gaza. I mean, to Israel to use in Gaza, and for Ukraine to use against Russia. So we're depleted. That's why the 12-day war that they had last year, Israel was begging for the United States to negotiate a ceasefire because they were out of missiles to fight back against Iran.
Yeah, by the way, if those casualties were Israeli and not Americans, the few casualties there were, Israel would have already pulled out by now due to demand from Israelis to not that. Remember, there are other lame wars in Lebanon?
Yeah, the mayors of cities in Israel during the 12-day war were like, hey, this is not good.
Look,
So the question is, where are we headed? I think we're headed into a long campaign. And, I'm sure you listened to statements by Secretary Hegseth and President Trump, laced with all this business about the state sponsor of terrorism and how it will have to submit ultimately to Israel and the United States. I think these are very incautious and stupid statements. They don't comport with reality. I mean, frankly, Glenn, if we were interested in combating radical Islam, we would probably be focused on Pakistan and certainly on Syria right now, which is headed by the remnants of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Those two states don't seem to come up for discussion very much. And Pakistan in particular has been the sort of incubator of radical Islam and Islamist terrorism for a long time. So this is really about Israel's interest in destroying Iran and removing it as an obstacle to Israeli military hegemony or Jewish supremacy, however you want to put it. And we're into it. We're committed to it. And I think ultimately logistics will probably have a big impact because we will eventually run out of missiles. And I think we're on the road already because I just don't think President Trump or his advisors really believe that they would end up in a long war with Iran. And that's where they are right now.
Well, besides from the military targets, as you mentioned, we also seen attacks on ports, oil refineries, shipping, airports, some hotels. There seems to be several civilian targets as well. Did this take you by surprise? And how do you see the cost benefit to Iran here? Because on one hand, they want to inflict as much pain as possible, but I assume they don't want to pull in too many other external actors. Because doesn't this risk entering into the war? The Gulf states or even the Europeans suggested that they would come in and defend their assets, their bases, and their allies. How do you assess the calculations on the Iranian side?
I think the Iranians know that the Emiratis and the Saudis have played a duplicitous game, that they have tried to play both sides to the middle, as we say. So I don't think the Iranians regret any of that. And I think they want to make the world feel pain because they are feeling acute pain. So that's not surprising in the least. As far as the Europeans are concerned, they've known from the very beginning Iran presents no threat. That was laughable when we insisted on this installation in Romania, this anti-ballistic missile installation, on the grounds that we were protecting our European allies from Iranian missile attack. Nobody believed in that. That's nonsense. As far as the Europeans intervening to do anything, I think the British have sent their F-22s. Whether or not they've done anything, I don't know. Now, I know that their bases on Cyprus have been struck, and I assume probably put out of action. So I don't know what to make of European intervention. I think that's more hot air, but we'll see.
When you think about this and how it sounds, all right, so I'm going to move past this because it's like, so we're pretty much waging a war that it seems like it's not going to be any end to, just like we had previous wars, and it wasn't no end to it. When we talked about, I think that someone mentioned Vietnam and how in Vietnam, there was someone mentioned something about Vietnam, and I was trying to look it up about Vietnam. who brought up the whole thing about Vietnam and the other countries that we lost the wars at? That was interesting because it's like if you're saying that we lost all these different types of like wars, it's not that far-fetched that we probably could lose this one. So, but in the meantime, there's other things going on. So while all this is going on, right? Let me bring up some other issues that are going on in the current regime. Let's go into this. Let's watch this out.
Angel Family's event. Donald Trump didn't just go out and rant nonsensically about elections and polls and Biden. He also decided to go on a bit of a detour and threaten to deport Americans who don't have jobs. And I'm not talking about people that have come over from other countries and haven't found employment yet. No, I am talking about actual indigenous, native-born, naturalized, anybody that is an actual American citizen but doesn't have a job. Trump is threatening to deport you, or at least he says he would like to. And he begins by falsely claiming that other countries round up their unemployed and ship them to the United States, which is not a thing. But he says, and I would do exactly what they did if the United States would be willing to take all of our criminals and people that don't work. But they are smart people. I got to know most of those leaders. I know them. I said, what are you doing? They said, look, it was a totally open border. They saved hundreds of millions of dollars. Literally no one ever said that to you. We have never had a totally open border in modern times. I mean, hell, even going back a couple hundred years, we still had, some form of immigration. But no world leader thought we had open borders here in the United States because they didn't exist. Okay. Also, you're talking to grieving families. Okay. Don't forget that, right? These people lost loved ones. Their loved ones are dead. And you're out there self-aggrandizing, saying things that are completely, like not even being believable. And also to deport unemployed Americans, which I got to tell you, Donnie, that would be a hell of a task because under your policies, we have seen unemployment tick up, and up. More than 1.1 million layoffs in 2025 alone. 2025, worst year for job growth in decades. America added 181,000 jobs in the year 2025. That's it. That's the total for the entire year. And Trump is out there saying, if you're not working, I would like to deport you. You don't work. You don't do an actual job. Once throughout your entire life, have you ever created anything of value for society? What about Melania? She's never created anything of value. Your kids don't create anything of value. But you think people who don't work should be rounded up and shipped out of the country.
All right. Thoughts on this, guys? What are your thoughts?
Well, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Rise and Shine, proud Americans. It's the man in the high castle, and I spoke about what was about to happen, according to decoding the behavior, what was going on a couple weeks ago. I spoke about the energy crisis. I spoke about what positions you should have in your portfolio or be flirting with. And as you see, the VIX is out of control. Oil out of control. Gold out of control. Silver out of control. I always use these acronyms. GODS or God. Gold, oil, drugs, silver.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
People should always pay attention to that acronym. Gold, oil, drugs, silver. That's what people should be in position, like plasma, blood. People who are selling plasma and blood, is going up so much. They're paying out like $1,000 now for blood. They've been doing that for a while. Pay close attention to details. The energy crisis is more severe than a World War III. There's a lot of goods that people might get from China. Pay attention to what those are. If they can't get through the Strait of Hormuz week after week, all I can say, proud Americans, before I hang up, do not be underprepared. The government shutdown still continues. Pay close attention to details.
Anyone else want to say something before I bring this back to the video?
No, keep it going.
All right, so let's talk about the next situation that's going on that people are not talking about so much. Let's go.
Medical doctor, but what I'm seeing from Trump doesn't look good. We have cankles that are, as big as a linebacker's thigh, an NFL linebacker's thigh. We've got all sorts of bruises and caked on makeup on top of the hands. And now we have this weird chlamydia outbreak or something on his neck. Pop this up. As you can see here, this doesn't look good. It looks to me like he has some sort of skin disorder, and it's all crusty, and it looks like he's just falling apart at the seams. And as we know from a previous episode I showed you, he's been sending Melania out to the UN. He's not doing as many public press conferences. This dementia duck is not in good health, and he's too easy to manipulate. I mean, he was able to have a psychological psycho killer, Benjamin Netanyahu, come over here on February 11th and dog walking right into a war with Iran, which no other American president was stupid or weak enough to do. But the chum is in the water with Donald Trump. Vladimir Putin's able to dog walk him. Benjamin Netanyahu especially is able to dog walk him. And I happen to think, Pumps, that Benjamin Netanyahu must have some good information on Donald Trump from those Epstein files. Now, before, when we would hear about Pizzagate and all this, I thought, God, this is crazy conspiracy.
Hold on. Are you talking, or are you talking to somebody in the background?
No, is she saying dog walk? Is she using the term dog walk?
Yeah, no. These people, these two women be talking. You know what I'm saying? That's how they talk.
That's another black term.
Yeah, they be saying a lot of black terms on these. Man, listen, it's been very interesting listening to these white commentators be saying all the black stuff now. Like they finally they realize it, like, dude, that's the only thing you could do to explain it. Dog walking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would agree, DJ Genesis. More and more the vernacular. They've been doing this since they were kids, though, in front of the television. They worship us as celebrities. They don't have any heroes. For the majority of it, if you look at it just from a global standpoint, we have all our heroes. We're always constantly remembered of our heroes, even if we acknowledge it or not.
I like that show. They really know how to tell it how it is. I ain't gonna lie. I actually like them. So, and everybody call them liberal hacks and hags and whatever. But listen, sometimes liberals that y'all call the liberals be actually the only one that's telling the truth and not just bullshitting and just saying whatever the heck it is to go along with the go along and get along. So let's go.
But as the Epstein files have come out, the conspiracies were true. I mean, the only thing was they had the Comet pizza and all that pizza stuff was bullshit, but the elite cabal of pedophiles was 100% true. This president's in them over 1 million times. Credible deduction that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent and or working on behalf of Israel, and had a lot of compromising information on Donald Trump.
I think when you think about, they've released 3 million files in this investigation so far. DOJ has. It's reported they have 3 million files that they're not going to release. And I think about what Trump has said and done in public. Grab him by the pussy, that became public. We had the whole trial with Stormy Daniels that came out about the Playboy Bunny, both of which while his wife was pregnant. We played last week on an episode, him talking about his age of consent was about 12. So given his public persona and how he behaves, I can only imagine how despicable his behavior is in private, because what he is willing to say and do in public shocks the conscience. And then let's not forget Bubba. I mean, the email about Bubba. Like, so if this is going on in the public sphere, I think you're right. I can only imagine how deplorable and appalling his behavior is in private.
Right. And the link that I'm trying to make there is that how is it that this president, as opposed to all of the others, was able to make such a foolish decision to take American troops into Iran when every other American president, both Democrat and Republican, told Bibi no, especially after Bibi was a ringleader in Iraq in 2011. Came over here, lied to Congress about yellow cake and all of this stuff. A lot of that was a big Israel-driven war when Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. So my point is that if Jeffrey Epstein was blackmailing people and that's how he got all of his money, and he worked for all of these nefarious characters, it's not that big of a jump to assume that Benjamin Netanyahu has the goods, that the Israeli government has the goods. We know that Ehud Barak was really close with Jeffrey Epstein. It's safe to assume that that's information, compromising information, would stay with Mossad and then be carried upon, for each subsequent prime minister. And as all of this is unraveling, American foreign policy faceplant, the Secretary of Defense, I refuse to call it the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, he tries so hard to be masculine. I've never seen somebody have to try so hard to be such a masculine guy. And in his effort to be uber masculine, he ends up looking like a pussy, like a performative dipshit pipsqueak. And here he is trying to come out after this, attack on Iran and act like he's a big guy.
Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles.
Okay. All of that stuff about Israel being like this great partner is simply because they're willing to commit war crimes. Right. And we cannot say this enough. The United States went into a war with a war criminal, a genocidal, pathological lying war criminal. It's unbelievable how much Western media can apply a set of morals and logic and deduction skills to Vladimir Putin. And then when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, it's crickets. And there is no difference. Both of these people are diabolical, pathological warmongers. And Benjamin Netanyahu wants Israeli hegemony. That's what he wants. And he has a weak American president with this performative Fox News narcissist that he can easily dog walk. But what Hegseth is trying to signal there, our traditional partners did all this hand wringing and pearl clutching, is that we've got us a real live war criminal here and we won't have to play by the rules anymore. We can do whatever the fuck we want. We can bomb kids just like they did in Gaza. This is an absolute nightmare.
Yes, and Hegseth, let's not forget, he oversaw the bombing of fishing boats, which is absolutely considered a war crime from what I have read on this. So it's kind of a situation where he does not intend to follow international law. So he doesn't want to be surrounded by allies that look to international law and abide by it. And then I take it one step further and say, why would this administration follow international law? They don't follow US law. They run around and they violate people's rights. They do shit that's illegal. They go to court. They're told you cannot do this. Then they're held in contempt. They have no respect for domestic law or international law. And Pete Hegseth, the bar is so high on who the worst cabinet secretary is, but he gets my vote.
I have a question for the panel and for the live. It dawned upon me, the man in the high castle. Is this short term or is this a forever war?
So does anybody have an answer to that? Laurel, is it short term? Todd, short
No,
term?
it's a forever war. I just told you this is the ongoing bullshit from Kuwait, Afghanistan, Iraq war, all of that piece of the Middle East bullshit back from the 90s, even back before this. This go back all the way back to the Crusades. This is the same shit. It's the ongoing. It's the war that never ends. It's like the Lamb Chop play along song.
This is the war that doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, but they'll just keep on singing it exactly just because this is the. Yes, it's definitely.
I've lived a short, amazing life on Earth thus far, you know. But the one thing I could tell you is like what dawned upon me is like the left, the right. Right now, this is exactly what the man in the high castle been saying. Don't allow the media to blow smoke up your asses, Americans, because they're doing it right here. All of them. I can't see this. I can't see this being one and done. The operation, yeah, but I think more ahead, no.
Okay, so are you? Is that the? I'm gonna land my plane. Say because you.
Yep, land my plane.
All right, you take long pauses. So, but I want to just say that it definitely is the war that doesn't end. It's been going on and on, my friend, for a long ass time, and people have just found out that this is the war that doesn't end. Let's go.
Because he has so much responsibility and he is so incapable of doing anything with competence, thought, or even advising Donald Trump. I wouldn't even trust his advice in this situation.
Well, I mean, make no mistake about it. He's not running the Department of Defense. Stephen Miller is, just like he's running the DOJ.
Right.
And so these people are just figureheads, but they're real diabolical players. I think it's easier to say that Benjamin Netanyahu runs more of the Department of Defense of the United States of America than Pete Hegseth does. Pete Hegseth, nobody's going to listen to him. And he has now unleashed massive instability at the Pentagon. So you have, this crusty neck, dementia duck as a president who is talking about the drapes in the White House on Truth Social, tweeting about Lady Gaga's dad endorsing him like 2 years ago. I mean, brain is totally cooked. And then you have the Joint Chiefs of the Pentagon who said, do not listen to Bibi. Do not invade Iran. It will be a shit show. It will have regional implications. It will deplete our munitions, blah, blah. Benjamin Netanyahu said, don't listen to them. Listen to me. And of course, I don't think anybody listens to Pete Hegseth. I think just as much as we disrespect him, I do think he's that disrespect. Nobody sits down at the cabinet room and thinks, oh, this guy's so smart. And so the Pentagon is completely unraveling now. Pop up this post. The Washington Post, the paper formerly known as the Washington Post, is reporting the mood inside the Pentagon is intense and paranoid. Pentagon leaders worry the U.S. will expend its air defense stockpiles and the conflict will, quote, spiral out of control. This is precisely what Pentagon Joint Chiefs Chair Dan Crane warned of last week. And in the excerpt, they write, the vast number of retaliatory attacks and the array of sites being targeted, including non-military sites in Arab nations across the Middle East, is concerning after so much of the regime's top leadership was killed. This person continued, officials are worried about the command and control of those weapons, the person said. So leadership starts at the top. And when you have Dementia Duck, who clearly is being ruled by Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu has had a hard-on for Iran for 40 years. And he is trying to roll out this George Bush thing. We will be, greeted as liberators. And of course, there are a lot of Iranians that are incredibly happy that the Ayatollah is out. But what does this leave? Typically, when you remove one hard line like this, there's just an array of fuckery behind it. And the big question for Americans is, do we want to continue this multi-trillion-dollar spend on behalf of Benjamin Netanyahu in a region that contributes to the national deficit? What happens typically when these wars start? We're going to see terror attacks in the United States. We're probably going to see cyber attacks. And this is going to be used, this war, to stop us from voting, which is fine with Benjamin Netanyahu because he doesn't want elections in Israel either, because he's supposed to be in prison as well as Donald Trump. So you have these two aging autocrats who are expanding the imperialism. And I think Benjamin Netanyahu has the goods on Donald Trump, who wants to die in the White House, in his ballroom. He's not leaving 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And I think the person running the United States military is Benjamin Netanyahu. All right, listener, I value sleep. It's right up there with my family and my dogs. Sleep is something that is an integral part of my life. And I didn't realize
this is true. I mean, and he makes no bones about it, that he's wanted this for 40 years. He's lied about it for 40 years. Just from reading, he wanted Donald Trump to win. Why was he so invested in Donald Trump winning the 2024 election? Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious. He's done exactly what he wanted him to do. And I just want to remind everybody, remember when Trump and Hegseth, because they are so smart, bombed all the munitions and there was no nuclear, they obliterated it, I think was an exact quote. And then here we are again. And I don't think this is going to be a quick fix. I think that they should have listened to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because this deal, Iran is not caving like Trump just thought he would.
And now the New York Times is reporting that Benjamin Netanyahu, we went to war for Israel, a war criminal, a genocidal, pathological, lying war criminal. We went to war for Benjamin Netanyahu that is clinging on to power to see his Israeli hegemony come to fruition once and for all, because he has a stupid, easily manipulated American president that will do it, that doesn't give a shit, actually has disdain for the American people. So Tommy Vidor tweets the following. If you say Netanyahu dragged the United States into war with Iran, that dishonest creep at Jay Greenblatt ADL will call you an anti-Semite. But here's the lead of the New York Times report on how Trump decided to go to war. Here's the lead sentence, you guys. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel walked into the Oval Office on the morning of February 11th, determined to keep the American president on the path to war. And so this is where the link is between Benjamin Netanyahu and Stephen Miller. And you have to understand, Stephen Miller is running the American federal government right now. Around the White House, in the Oval, he is referred to as Mr. Prime Minister. Donald Trump's too intellectually lazy to care about this shit. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the American people. He doesn't care about your life. He doesn't care about healthcare. He doesn't care about any of this. He just discovered in 2024 what the word groceries was, because he's never been to a grocery store. So Stephen Miller has something in common with Benjamin Netanyahu, and that is that they emotionally blackmail people and use things like anti-Semitism or you're anti-American as a means to control you. So we get to criticize Israel. We get to criticize Benjamin Netanyahu. We get to say Benjamin Netanyahu sucks. He's a genocidal, homicidal, freak show, pathological liar that has no problem killing kids, no problem killing civilians. He wants to completely take over all of the region. And he has a bunch of Christian nationalists in America, rapture preppers like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz, who will help him do his footwork. And then Stephen Miller says, if you call him a fascist, if you call the American government a fascist, then, you're anti-American and they're going to put you on some terror watch list. And here's the thing. Both of these men say they're giving freedom and liberty for people. They're bringing democracy to the world. Neither of these people want democracy. No. Neither. These people want this form of autocracy. These are fascists through and through. These are homicidal people that do not care at all about human rights. And if you think Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Stephen Miller give a flying fuck about working class Americans, you're wrong. All they care about working class Americans is that they keep footing the bill for these wars. And let me tell you who gets rich because of these wars. The military industrial complex. And furthermore, there was a lot of betting, insider betting on, or is the United States going to attack Iran? People made millions off of this, like they do in the White House, because our government is a crime syndicate. We are run by criminals. Benjamin Netanyahu is a criminal. Our partner in this war is a war criminal. Donald Trump and the United States of America has completely fallen. And Pete Hegseth can prance out there and act like he's some big masculine tough guy, all he wants to. But at the end of the day, it is working class people that go and fight these wars. It's not Barron Trump. It's not Eric Trump. It's not Don Jr., the dipshit. They would never do it. It's working class Americans. And then they never get ahead because the system's rigged at them. So they turn on Fox News at night. They think, God, my life sucks. I have a root canal that's $3,000. My kid's sick, daycare's this much. They turn on Fox News, and what does Fox News serve them? A scapegoat. Meanwhile, this will continue and continue and continue. All right, that's all we have this episode. Like, subscribe, comment. We'll be back later with more news.
What I could say, if I could add on, is that sooner or later, a part of this narrative is day to day, is it spins and spins, week after week. There's gonna be a villain. He's gonna have a name. He always has to have a name, and he's gonna have a long beard. That's all I gotta say. And he's gonna have a turban too.
You mean
What you say
Abraham?
about that, DJ Genesis? What y'all say about that panel from the 1900s, like myself? Well, you seen this before. There always gotta be a villain.
No, it ain't. It ain't gotta be a villain. That's just the bullshit people say in order to overlook injustice. Nigga, it ain't gotta be no villain. We could live in the earth could be a utopia. We don't need money. We don't need none of that shit. It's enough technology where we can have everything automated and everybody can literally live to do electives. We live to do arts. We don't need none of this bullshit. You don't need mass consumerism. You don't need none of that shit.
Oh, speak on our mass consumerism. Since we come from a time where it wasn't like that. We could see a newspaper and we could actually throw it at your door if we ever did, just like in the movies. The newspaper boy, the newspaper girl. We come from there's no time like that right now. We come from a whole different time where you can smoke cigarettes in the restaurants, flowing hot coffee.
Man, you sound like my granddad.
The new thing that's about to happen is now that our kids, before they were unable to put our kids to work, but now the whole school school educational system has been put under the Department of Labor. So now this whole thing is that our children are going to be put under the Labor Department. So they're going to be able to pick out the people and the ones that are like the best laborers that they want to, based on whatever.
Correct. Just like the dystopian future.
If the state was smart, they would just pay the students to go to school.
Absolutely. That's exactly.
The students ought to get a check at the end of the week for attendance.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, it's going to be part of the social credit score.
Nah, see, I don't believe
they're going to get reward points. They're going to get They're going to get incentives.
Nah, that's too much control.
They all going to have an app for their performance. I don't like the surveillance is watching them.
Nah, man, I'm just saying, like when you go to work, you wake up every day, go to work at a certain time, you get off, you got a lunch break, X, Y, and Z. So school is basically, I mean, I know people say it's the prison pipeline, but it's also the pipeline to the workforce, right? And you're doing the same thing when you get up every day at the same time, wash your ass, get up, go to work, eat, come home, do it again. You see what I'm saying? So it's still the same thing. And all I'm saying is, if you're gonna train the kids to do that from first grade all the way up into college till they get out of college, you might as well just pay them to go to school like a job. And I guarantee you, if they was getting paid to go to school, all of them would be getting A's. All of them would get A's.
I agree. Just like how, in sports, the college kids, they now get paid in sports. I come from a time where that never happened. They should have been.
Right,
they couldn't even. Yeah, they couldn't even accept like a car or nothing like that. No type of monetary checks from other sponsors and stuff like that. They would get in trouble. But today, they get all that in college if you play certain sports. But so yeah, I think elementary school children should get paid too. They doing 6-hour days or 8-hour days?
Yeah, that's why I said I think you ought to be paying them minimum wage or something like minimum wage, and just pay them kids to go to school. If you want to see them out compete China. You want to see them outcompete India? Pay them, nigga. Money talk bullshit. Walk. Money make. Hey, dollar rule everything around me. You feel what I'm saying? So that's the American way. So if you want them people to
We do
perform,
not
pay
have
for
the
it. If you
tax
want them
dollars
to
to pay for finger painting.
What about universal basic
Wait,
income?
hold on. No,
How does
Todd said something. Todd, say it louder. What were you saying?
You know, I'm just saying, like, we don't have the tax dollars to pay for finger painting.
if you got tax dollars to give BB Netanyahu, you got enough money to pay kids to get good grades in school. If you got enough money to send billions, huh?
The kids wouldn't even get it.
You say, where do they get it?
They wouldn't even get it. You can't just pay kids. But the kids are going, our schools are messed up. We need more private schools. Private school needs
No. Listen.
Education.
If you pay children to go to school, they would perform at a greater pace. They will be more invested in learning.
Do you know how much it costs to go to college today? To an Ivy League school today?
Children understand energy too. I'm just saying, children understand energy too. You put in, you supposed to get in what you get out what you put in. If I put money
How
in
much
here,
you think? How much you think Howard University costs to go to a year? Just you had to pay tuition. How much you think that costs a year?
Howard probably costs about 20-30 grand a year.
That's all tied up in the politics. I'm just saying, if they got enough money to fund ICE to go around and do what they do, if you got enough money to do all the dumb shit that you do all around the world, all around the planet, billions and billions of dollars, we don't want to hear about what you ain't got. Print some fucking money and make it happen. We don't give a shit. We don't care. Make it happen. If you can make all this other stuff happen for terrorist organizations, we literally fund whole militaries for other countries.
And other countries pay our military too.
They eat, maybe. Why do I expect white people to understand that you need to invest in the damn youth besides eating them? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy.
Where do you get this white people eating children thing?
Look, I don't know. Like, we just put something on the table for so the kids get paid to go to school to get better education. And it's like, we ain't got enough money to pay for it.
The white billionaires was eating children.
You know what I'm saying? We dropping bombs every missile we shoot.
How many white billionaires are there? I mean, my gosh,
that jerky. They talked about it like that jerky.
Is billions of dollars. Every fucking plane that gets shot down, there's billions of dollars that could have been spent on paying children to be overachievers.
Solving the whole.
We would dominate in
Medicaid.
everything.
What happened to Medicaid? I mean, shit. Like Medicaid.
We would dominate in everything.
You can't do any of that if Iran shoots a freaking nuke over here if they ever get one.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's gonna happen. I mean,
they ain't gonna shoot no nuke over here.
yeah, it's gonna happen more than ever. UBI, Universal Basic Income. They're gonna put them on a premium plan. It's just gonna be like how it is
in Texas right now. They have a $10,000 thing. If you put your child into a homeschool or private homeschool type of an environment, you get like $10,000 toward that homeschool. So I don't know. Texas is a homeschool state, so things are more focused on homeschooling. But I think that Texas is different than the rest of the country, so that's why I don't know what's going on.
I'm kind of anti-homeschool.
They got their own money. They got their own goals.
You're anti-homeschool? Why?
I think it hurts. I think it needs to be done right. You take a regular mom who don't know how to even read and write English herself and going to be teaching kids. That's the issue. Now, if you got again. No, it's true. It's true.
We go again. Shout out to the homeschoolers, the ones that were always getting getting the harassment and the dirty looks for starting it first, the real pioneers that really believed in that stuff, but now it's lit. Homeschooling is lit.
Yeah, I love going to school. You got to build social skills. I mean, if they can prove all that.
You have to build social skills because let me tell you something. I just drove earlier today. I just drove through a high school parking lot, dropping my daughter off, and you know what? Nobody was socializing. Everybody had their head in their phone. Nobody was socializing with each other. I remember back in the day, it was social all the way. But now there's no socialization. My own daughter, now,
Nope.
given she's autistic, like it doesn't matter. Like I ask her, who are your friends? Zero friends in high school.
Yeah,
I mean, I
I don't
had
know.
at
I
least
don't have the
three
answer for
friends
that.
in
You're
high
right about
school.
that, though.
I
Sorry.
had at least three kids in high school, three friends, but she has none. And she's in choir. She's in like a thing that should be a group thing that people should be like actually communicating with each other. But these
Yeah,
goddamn
I mean,
phones.
especially for boys, I think they learn more at a sporting and playing sports than they do in the classroom.
No, it's because y'all are millennials and y'all suck, right? Everybody knows that
Oh,
these
no, we don't
children are
suck. We don't
socialized.
suck.
They're
I'm barely
socializing
millennial.
online, right?
Honey, I'm
That's
not no
why they call it
millennial. I'm
social
Gen Z.
media.
I'm 48 years
And
old. Child. I'm not no damn millennial.
most of these children belong to huge social groups of 250,000, right? They have big, huge groups. All of that gaming stuff they do, all that anime stuff they do, like that's where they're socializing with. That's how they're socializing intellectually. That it's just not physically, but they still socialize.
Well, you have to understand, we all come from the 1900s, and there was a blackboard at
All right,
school,
come on, man.
chalk.
Stop that.
Now there's no blackboard
Stop
at
that.
school. There's no
Stop
blackboard at
that,
all,
man.
no chalk.
Did you just say the 1900s?
See, at
You
school, they
ain't-
still doing some weird stuff. They want you to bring the school. They want you to bring your school problems home, but not your home problems to work on at school.
Yeah, I got that's the same problem I got with work, right? You hold on. So you want me to buy a company bullshit with your logo on it, right? But you're telling me I can't take company equipment and supplies home to use in my house, but I can use my income to pay for stuff that I only use at work. That don't make sense. Why can't you reimburse me for me buying this bullshit? I can only use it and wear it at your place. I don't know. Like it's the
It
same
depends on what
thing
kind of
with
job you have.
homework.
Because in my job, they send me a computer.
Like
They send me.
I'm gonna be honest.
Depends on
Like
what kind of job you have.
I got a son, and I've always been against homework. I do not believe in homework. I mean, I'll make them do it because you got to do it, but I do not believe in homework, bro. I do not believe you should be bringing that shit home. Whatever you was supposed to learn in
Not
school,
for hours a day. No, not for hours a day. No. Maybe you study.
Nah.
It's okay though.
Nah, you go
If a
study
kid
at
wants to
school,
study.
man. You at home, it's time to do home stuff. We doing family stuff, home stuff that you shouldn't still be taking up family time to do school stuff. And in fact, I think we need to shave down actual curriculum, right? I think we need to get rid of history. We need to get rid of pretty much anything that don't teach a child how to operate within society. So like you basically need to know how to read, write, count, civics, and you need to learn civics. You need to learn law. Other than that, and economics. Other than that, we don't need to be teaching them kids anything else. You need to be teaching them art, music, technology and stuff like that. You could teach them that type of stuff, but other than that, you shouldn't be teaching them nothing. You shouldn't be teaching them no philosophy. You shouldn't be teaching them no religion. You shouldn't be teaching children none of that stuff. Only how to operate in this society, how to use credit cards, bank accounts, how to invest in stocks, economics and stuff like that. You should a child should be able to learn everything they need to learn by the time they hit the 9th grade. By the time you hit 9th grade, you should already damn near be at a college level with information. You know what I'm saying? And I think the last 2 years, I believe the last 2 years of school, your 11th to 12th grade year should be used for National Guard duty. And you're finally out of high school after you graduate out of National Guard from being a National Guard. I think that's the way it should go.
We don't want
that
the military
eliminates.
too big.
I'm saying, but it's needed, and the reason why it's needed is because some people family structures are really effed up, right? and some of them don't. They lack discipline, and they lack like just a basic structure on how to operate as a unit. And I'm saying if we had made them go through National Guard training before graduating school, that'll eliminate all of that stuff. That'll eliminate a lot of that. Oh, mommy wasn't there, daddy wasn't there. It really teaches you how to be self-sufficient, and you get a heavy dose of knowing what being American is, what being a U.S. citizen really is. You know what I'm saying? I honestly think that's a good thing. Not saying that after they finish,
kids don't need to be in no damn military. That's what we unlock.
They got to stay in the military, but I just think it should be a prerequisite for school. I think the last 2 years should be military training. It only makes sense. Then we wouldn't have so much obesity, childhood obesity, right? We'd have well-disciplined adults. Well-disciplined adults. It's not saying that you're going to take away their childhood. It's the last 2 years of school. It's the last 2 years of school.
I was in the military, and when I had my kids, I became obese, and so you don't know what. So really, what it really boils down with obesity is cortisol levels. That's a health crisis, but that's
a lot of people that get out gain weight.
Yeah, let's get in.
I'm just saying at this point that a lot of these mainstream media outlets have failed us in Donald Trump's second term. They let him get away with a lot, say a lot, and they don't press on certain issues that need more coverage. One of the main topics I think these mainstream media outlets have dropped the ball on is Donald Trump's very clear mental decline. They don't call out the hypocrisy of the Republican Party, who screamed about Joe Biden for 4 years, but Donald Trump is having these disturbing moments on camera for all of us to see, and there's no follow-up on those moments. But I'm happy to announce that one doctor, an expert in this field, is now speaking up, saying that Donald Trump's dementia, his mental decline, is getting worse, and we're all witnessing it in real time. So I want to get into the story right now with you. It's a pretty significant one that's very in-depth, something I think you should see. Before I do so, make sure to subscribe to the channel down below. It goes an incredibly long way. Drop a like on the video, comment, let me know what you think about the story. As I've brought to your attention recently, a lot of MAGA trolls have been coming after me in the past week or so because Donald Trump and JD Vance both went after me on social media. So you supporting me here, joining what we're doing, really means the world, goes an incredibly long way. So this is from the Daily Beast, an article. Donald Trump is exhibiting a, quote, massive increase in clinical signs of dementia, exacerbating the president's malignant narcissism, a psychologist has warned. This is a pretty stark warning, also something that I think a lot of people should be concerned about. I mean, this man has the nuclear codes, and he's clearly not doing well. Before we get into that story, though, I do want to show you just a couple of moments recently that Donald Trump has had that has been incredibly alarming. I mean, for example, during a 9/11 ceremony in September, remembering the victims of that tragedy, Donald Trump was caught on camera having a pretty significant droop in his face. Now, this is not what we're looking at here, just like, his face is just resting and looks weird from a certain position. There is a lot of droop happening here. This is not normal. I think a lot of doctors might look at this and say, you might need to go to an emergency room. And the White House never commented on this photo, never said that, he's actually fine or whatever it might be. They just never gave an explanation. Here's another angle. That's some serious droop. I'm sorry to be zooming in on his face. I know it's a tough thing to look at, but nonetheless, that's some serious droop. That's some serious droop, I think, if we're being honest with ourselves. It's not all, by the way. Over the summer, when Donald Trump was having his spat with Jerome Powell at the Fed, he had this very disturbing moment where he forgot that he appointed Jerome Powell. Take a look.
People wanting to get a mortgage. People want to buy a house. He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him.
As president, there are a few decisions more important than nominating leaders of integrity and good judgment to hold trusted positions in public office. And few of those trusted positions are more important than the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
And that's Jerome Powell standing right next to him. That was just over the summer. And there were no reporters, or at least very few reporters, who had follow-up for the White House. I actually don't remember any. You can correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, please do. But I don't remember any reporters asking the White House, being like, so does Donald Trump not know that he appointed Jerome Powell? Did he forget? Like, what's taking place here with this clip? And here's another one where Donald Trump, I'm sure you guys remember this clip, where he said he has to bring a license plate into the voting booth in order to vote. Check it out.
When you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in, they even ask me. They asked me for my license plate for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually.
Well, yeah. I don't know if I have it. Why would you? Why would you have a license plate to go vote as a form of identification? that kind of sounds like your crazy uncle at Thanksgiving who doesn't really know what's going on anymore, talking about how we have to secure our voting and you have to bring a license plate in there to do that. That's what it reminds me of when I watch Donald Trump say crap like that. Here's another one, the final one I want to show you before we get into the article, just to really hammer home this point, because again, a lot of media outlets don't cover these moments, but regardless of that, this was also over the summer in August where Donald Trump was having a gathering of a bunch of different leaders from around the world, mainly European leaders, and the President Stubb of Finland was sitting right in front of Donald Trump and he couldn't find him. This is maybe perhaps one of the most damning of the ones we've watched. Take a look.
President Stubb of Finland, and he's somebody that, where are we here? Where? Oh, you look better than I've ever seen.
He said, oh, just for context, this is where President Stubb was sitting. This is where he was sitting. This is where Donald Trump was. Couldn't identify him. Couldn't find him. So yeah, that's pretty concerning. But nonetheless, let's get into this article where a psychologist is sounding the alarm. That Trump's cognitive collapse.
Hold on, bro. He was sitting right in front of me, looking around like, who is he somewhere around here?
No, I don't know if that's him dissing him or not, because Trump do all type of little slight shit like that.
Nah,
so is he actually dissing him?
He's somebody that, where are we here?
Like, I don't see this nigga.
You look better than I've ever seen.
He said, oh, just for context, this is where President Stubb was sitting. This is where he was sitting. This is where Donald Trump was. Couldn't identify him. Couldn't find him.
Across the table,
that's pretty
bro.
concerning. But nonetheless, let's get into this article where a psychologist is sounding the alarm that Trump's cognitive collapse is clear. According to him, let's dive in, shall we? Donald Trump is exhibiting a massive increase in clinical signs of dementia. A psychologist has warned. Dr. John Gartner told the Daily Beast podcast that the 79-year-old's nonsensical speeches, repeated confusion, and frequent lapses in memory are flashing signs of his immense cognitive decline. And listen, this guy is, very accredited, very experienced, knows what he's talking about. He's a former Johns Hopkins professor, and he said the president's deterioration is only disinhibiting his grandiosity and paranoia, and warned that with a nuclear football in his possession, it really would be impossible to overstate the grave risk that all of us are at right now. Pretty serious quotes here. I mean, he is, this is a professional, this is an expert in this field. He is convinced that Donald Trump is suffering from some sort of decline. And I think when you're just watching him in public, you're watching any of the moments that we just both looked at together, I think that becomes increasingly clear. Gardner presented Trump's address to top military brass last month as Exhibit 1 of how disordered the commander-in-chief's thinking is, noting his similarity to dementia patients who pick up on one concrete physical detail and then free associate away from the original topic. Trump's speech at one point veered abruptly from discussing marine morale to Biden's auto pen before finally landing on a wandering tangent about gorgeous paper. Quote, when I have a general and I have to sign for a general because we have beautiful paper, the gorgeous paper, I said, throw a little more gold on it. They deserve it. Give me, I want the A paper, not the D paper. We used to sign a piece of garbage, he said, proceeding to gush about his own signature. Everyone loves my signature. Gardner told host Joanna Coles that, quote, because of his cognitive decline, Trump is focusing on things like the White House ballroom and the paper that he writes things on. Quote, we're seeing a stone skipping along the water. He's going from one association to another, but it doesn't make any linear sense. And I mean, like, look, this quote that we just read is objectively nonsensical. This makes absolutely no sense. Like, why would the president of the United States be talking about beautiful paper when you're giving a speech in front of military generals? You're talking about...
Whoa. We talking about a dude who has gold toilets. And you think what he's saying is out of line, out of his mind? No, he's a billionaire. Do people forget who this dude is? Like, that sounds like some shit a billionaire would say. I don't know. What y'all think? What you think, Chad? Like, what y'all think? I don't know. Like, I think, again, to me, that's petty. That's like basic Trump rhetoric. Like, that's I still ain't.
Hold on, I got that whole
nothing that made me think like he talking.
You can't be you cannot be.
He ain't talking gibberish.
You ain't paying attention, bro.
Who has symptoms of dementia and stroke within the same speech.
Going on, we're going to make the American dream a word that, 2 words that you didn't have. You didn't have those 2 words. Remember when Biden said, it's all about 3 words, the American dream. You don't want to ever get in that situation. Remember that? That was not good. It's all about 3 words, American dream. Today is Carlos Matios Sr., who escaped communist Cuba when he was just 6 years old. In America, Carlos took jobs as newspaper delivery boy, a factory worker and eventually became a New Jersey police officer. Then,
So the first clip is language difficulty associated with dementia, most likely frontotemporal dementia. The 2 words, 3 word situation completely went off the rails. It makes no fucking sense. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 14 years experience working in home health care, treating geriatric patients just like the president. The second clip, you can clearly hear him mispronounce consonants and vowels, which is an indication of dysarthria as a result of probably a stroke or at least a TIA on the left side of his brain. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think he's got 4 to 6 months left in the land of the living. Thank you. This dementia patient keeps having bruising on this hand because he's most likely getting a monthly infusion of a drug called Kisunla. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field with 14 years experience working in home health care, treating geriatric patients with dementia, just like this guy. Kisunla is a monoclonal antibody drug that is used for early symptomatic Alzheimer's disease. It targets the amyloid plaques that want to form on the surface of the brain and slows the progression of the disease. While it targets the amyloid plaque formation, it does not improve symptoms, which is why, on top of being a colossal piece of shit anyway, you're going to see his mental capabilities and inhibitions disintegrate on fucking camera. It's just meant to slow progression. That's why roughly once a month you see his hand bruised, covered with makeup, and in this case, covered with 2 Band-Aids, because his veins in his hand are suffering repeated trauma from the infusion. This guy right here might have cracked exactly what's going on with Trump. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 14 years experience working in home health care, treating geriatric patients with dementia, just like the president. This is a Substack post from Dr. Frank George. You got to go check it out. The title is great. Damn it, it's not Alzheimer's. Here's why it's a far worse scenario. Now, Dr. George is a psychologist and a cognitive neuroscientist whose college-level course on malignant narcissism was done away with because of funding cuts. That's why he's on Substack now. He says someone with a big audience pushed a post claiming Trump is on an Alzheimer's-specific infusion drug. I will not be taking questions at this time. Thank you. He says Trump's symptoms don't align with Alzheimer's, but with frontotemporal dementia. A key symptom found in FTD is confabulation. This is seen when a person creates confident, detailed fabrications that fill gaps without any awareness that they're false. That's pretty fucking accurate. And he contrasts with Alzheimer's. Confabulation is much less frequent in Alzheimer's because Alzheimer's primarily affects memory storage regions like the hippocampus, causing forgetting rather than inventing. The result of confabulation, disturbing but true, is that Trump could likely ace a lie detector test as opposed to a cognitive test because he truly believes what he says. FTD patients believe their invented story is true. This is why he believes this award from FIFA is real. Now to the main physical symptoms of FTD. An awkward gait often shown by disposition or swinging of a limb, like when Trump swings his right leg when he walks. These are not seen with Alzheimer's. Brilliant. Number 2, patients with FTD also sometimes tilt forward. This is not seen with Alzheimer's. I mean, look at that. That's dead on. He says that watching Trump is witnessing a malignant narcissist without the brain's guardrails, judgment, restraint, empathy. Empathy, y'all. He has a brain disease that is destroying his ability to have empathy. And all the MAGA voters have this narrative and talking point that empathy is toxic and from the devil. And here are the things to look out for. Number 1, confabulation, of course. It's not lying. It's filling in gaps with invented memories he believes. Like the story about the snake bite deaths in Peru. What the fuck was that? Number 2, phonemic paraphasias. Speech sounds scrambled. Obama, United States, communist Cuba. Number 3, tangential disorganized speech. Losing the thread, drifting into non sequiturs. Number 4, impulse control failures. The frontal lobes can't filter impulses. Quiet, piggy. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think Trump has 3 to 5 months left in the land of the living when you take into account his dementia symptoms, his possible history of stroke, TIA, heart failure, kidney disease. Thank you.
About military morale, and then you talk about Biden, and then you talk about paper. Donald Trump calls that the weave. I call that decline. So he can call it whatever he pleases. That's not good. Let's continue here. Trump has become prone to a speech phenomenon called phonemic paraphasia. hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, where words are left incomplete and finished with a nonsense ending, he argued. Last week, Trump claimed that he had halted a nuclear war between Iran and Pakistan, repeatedly mixing up Iran and India without noticing the mistake. Quote, it's one thing to get a name wrong, maybe even to reverse it, but he's actually confusing the countries themselves. Of course, it's important to remember that Donald Trump is the oldest person ever inaugurated as president. And of course, he's also had many different health issues that the White House has not answered for, whether it be his swollen ankles or the bruising on his hands or his random spats of disappearances as well. We talked about on this channel that Donald Trump had this kind of surprise physical out of nowhere at Walter Reed. And there were a lot of very sophisticated tests that were done at that physical. And the White House never told us what tests were done. They never told us what Donald Trump was doing at Walter Reed. And remember, the White House has basically like an on-site doctor's office. So if something happens with the president, they don't have to be rushed into an ambulance, for example. They have doctors on site that can provide care if needed, and then they can go to the hospital. So they have things on site to do like a physical. But Donald Trump specifically went to a sophisticated hospital for who knows. So you're listening to this expert kind of describe the characteristics of dementia that he has witnessed in people being in Donald Trump, him exhibiting these characteristics. And I think, that's incredibly concerning. It's incredibly concerning. It's something that we as Americans should all be, concerned about. And the final thing I want to point out is he insisted he solved an imaginary conflict between Cambodia and Armenia, two nations 4,000 miles apart, just days after bragging he'd stopped a showdown between Azerbaijan and Albania, apparently meaning Armenia. This is not good. This is not good for us. It's not good for the country. And it's clear that there's something going on here. So I just wanted to give you an update on this story. We're going to continue to cover Donald Trump's health here, and we'll have the experts chime in when necessary, such as Dr. Gardner here. But look, I will leave the video there. Thank you so much for watching. It really means the world that you're here. Drop a like.
Bottom line is that there's something going on. We can pretend like Donald Trump has got all his wherewithal and he got all his scruples together, but everything is pointing to there's something else happening. And Donald Trump is not at his full capacity. And so then you have other people kind of ruling it. And he's almost like, what's that damn Weekend at Bernie's? You know what I'm saying? They put him up there to like show that he's the president, but they really are running the country themselves. And he's just like a figurehead. They should have invoked the 25th Amendment ages ago. Exactly. Don't you find this hypocritical? Hypocritical from what? Now, even though Biden might have had his issues, like, hey, he made it to the end, at least before he probably is going to spiral into dementia. This is happening before our eyes. This is the issue that I'm having with this, right? Is that it's happening before our eyes. And let's go. Here we go. This is another example of why it's an issue.
Story in the Atlantic. Cuba is next. Big story here from VM Lama. Tormented generations of American presidents as U.S. and Israeli missiles fell on Iran this weekend, just weeks after Donald Trump ordered a lightning strike that put Venezuela's president in a New York City courtroom. Trump is already eyeing his next target, Cuba. Quote, the president is feeling like I'm on a roll. Like this is working. One administration official told me. Holy fucking shit. So understand what they're saying here. When Trump got the Grand Ayatollah, he thought, oh shit, I fucking nailed this shit. So he brags about abducting Maduro illegally. Now he brags about murdering an 86-year-old Grand Ayatollah illegally, right? But he looks at it like, oh, I got a great talking point now. We got Maduro. We got the Ayatollah. He thinks like, oh, I'm freaking it with this shit. And so now he's going, let's do Cuba next. Let's do Cuba next. Who's going to stop him? Pete Kegsbreath, the Secretary of War Crimes, is he going to stop him? Is Marco Rubio going to stop him? That's what Marco Rubio dreams about. Cuba being toppled. You have to understand something, guys. These people are completely and utterly unhinged. Netanyahu is trying to create a greater Israel. Trump is trying to create the technocracy, the technate of America. Okay? He wants to expand the footprint of the United States and go down in history as an expansionist president. He wants to take Greenland. He wants to take Panama. He wants to take Cuba. He wants to take Mexico. He wants to bomb Mexico. Okay? You need to understand. Red alert. They're making the Fourth Reich. That's the way to conceive of this. They're creating the Fourth Reich. At the same time they're expanding, what else are they doing? Building concentration camps. They're building concentration camps, trying to send immigrants there, trying to send dissidents there. Remember NSPM 7, they consider anybody who's not in agreement with MAGA to be terrorist or terrorist adjacent. Okay? This is what's going on here. People need to wake up. Guys, for the love of God, they have to impeach. They have to impeach. They have to hit him with the 25th Amendment. They have to do something. You cannot sit there as this literally demented elderly psychopath goes from country to country and just kidnaps leaders, bombs capital cities, steals their natural resources. Like the fact that we still have anybody on the Democratic side who's not like all in with bringing down this criminal regime is unacceptable. Every Democrat needs to be in favor of fighting these people. And it's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. I don't know how else to say it, but are we going to heed this warning for fucking once? Because, you know, people like me, once upon a time, were warning about Venezuela. We're warning they were going to do it. Nobody fucking listened to us. People like me were screaming at the top of our lungs about, hey, they killed 130 plus innocent fishermen, and they're still doing it in the Caribbean. We talked about that. Nobody fucking listened. We warned they were going to bomb Iran the first time. Nobody fucking listened. We warned about Somalia. We warned about Nigeria. Nobody fucking listened. Nobody listened. You know, people actually thought after the so-called 12-day war, oh, it's over with Iran. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, I got a bridge to tell you if you actually think this thing is over. And so here we are, and we're right back in hell, y'all. We're right back in hell. They're saying Cuba is next. He thinks he's on a roll. Democrats, for the love of God, I'm going to tell my audience, I'm going to beg my audience, you guys need to call your congresspeople. You guys need to call your senators. You need to say he needs to be impeached. Trump needs to be impeached, or he needs to be hit with the 25th Amendment. And when they're out of there, we need criminal charges against these people. This cannot stand. This cannot stand. How many, what does he need to, does he need to bomb and overthrow? He's already bombed, he broke a record. He already bombed, I believe, 8 countries in his second term. 8 countries. That's a record. In one term, bombing 8 different countries, that's a record. Okay?
Hey, I got
What's he going to have to, does he have to overthrow 8 different governments? Or does it have to be double digits?
If you bomb 8 countries and half those countries, not even well over half, probably 7 out of the 8, I don't even know if it was 8, you know, I don't keep up with it as much as some people do, but if they're cheering it on themselves, is he not doing the right thing? Like Iranians, most Iranians are like, yeah, this is pretty good. Thank you. Venezuela is better now. Cuba would probably welcome it too. I kind of want to stay out of everything. I think Iranian don't need to get nukes. I think Venezuela was a big drug kingpin pretty much. I kind of do want to stay out of things, but at the same time, you can't help everyone. But bombing these regimes is probably a good thing. You know, the difference between Iran and North Korea is like North Korea, their people really believe, for the most part, they really believe in their dear leader, Kim Jong-un. But Iranians, they're tired of that guy. They're happy now. Death is never good, especially when it comes to killing, you know, God willing, we'd all live to old age. But my gosh, how many people are going to be able to sleep at night better knowing that guy's out? I mean, a lot of Iranians are happy. We got to look at both sides of the coin here. That's all I'm saying. It's not all doom and gloom. Something's good coming out of this. The Iranian people are pretty happy. Venezuela's pretty happy. Israel, yeah, I'll give y'all this. They're definitely happy. I mean, but do what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear anything.
I thought you had paused. So.
Oh no! I'm no sorry.
I thought you had paused like there, so I started playing the video. Like so.
No. Yeah, sorry, but I'm done. I was just saying, like there's good coming out of this. It's unfortunate the way it's going down. It's not perfect at all, but some things had to be done, and it's never great when things like this have to be done. That's the bottom line of it. Iran is a dangerous country. They have supported terrorists. They do chant death to America, the Iranian regime. They do not want Israel to be a country. Things had to happen. It's unfortunate. It's sad. That's the cold hard truth of it.
Is 10 the magic number where people wake up and realize this isn't normal? This is the Fourth Reich. This is fascism. This is imperialism. This is expansionism. This is colonialism. This is literally like a war for power and resources to steal more wealth for the Epstein class. When will they realize that? When will people wake up and realize that the Epstein class are your fucking enemy? They're your enemy. It's the billionaires. It's the warmongers. It's the fascists. They're all of these things. There is no, like, don't meet them halfway. Don't negotiate. Don't, like, they got to go. They got to go. Never in a million years did people think we'd be this far down the rabbit hole of fascism this quickly, that things would degrade this fucking fast. I was sounding the alarm arguably more aggressively than fucking anybody. And even I didn't realize how quick everything would come unglued. But here we are. Here we are. So listen to the threat. When he says, let's do Cuba, he means let's do Cuba. When's he going to do it? I don't know. But holy shit, we're looking basically at global war. Global war being led by a bunch of fascist imperialists, by Netanyahu, who wants to create a greater Israel and steal the entire Middle East, and by Donald Trump, who wants to create the technate of America. That's where we're at. And so everybody's got to wake up. Everybody's got to get involved. Everybody's got to address this, because the damage that's being done here is becoming preposterous. You can't say to your kids in the future, your grandkids in the future, like, oh, I didn't know it was this bad. No, you fucking know. Everybody knows. It's just, do you care enough to actually try to do something to stop it?
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like.
Y'all worry about how he down his hair. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? And let's go into this one thing, because people have been forgetting about this. Meanwhile, all this is happening. Meanwhile, we forgot about ICE. Let's go.
But for human beings. That's what Immigration and Customs Enforcement Acting Director Todd Lyons described, a network of like Prime, but for human beings. That's what Immigration and Customs Enforcement Acting Director Todd Lyons described, a network of warehouses that ICE is trying to buy across the country to warehouse immigrants. But there's a national pushback, driven in no small part by the next guest today here on All Rise News and Legal AF, Michael Riston and his group, Project Saltbox, that using the power of data journalism and organizing is helping fuel pushback all across the country, in red states, in blue states, and much of it very, very successful. Very happy to welcome onto the show Michael Riston from Project Saltbox. Thank you for joining us, Michael.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Thanks for having me.
So why don't we start out with a big picture? How did Project Saltbox come into being, and tell us about your work?
Yeah, so, tale as old as time. A bunch of strangers met on the internet. Someone here local in the Baltimore community has, they had a background in military contracting. They knew that the military, right, operates on contracts, and nothing that we do as a nation happens without big sums of money going to contractors to make it happen from a logistics perspective. So thinking in the terms of fall of 2025, the big national picture was on operations in cities like Chicago, protests in Portland, and how ICE was rapidly moving into those cities and kind of operate at scale. And so someone posted on our local community subreddit, just asked the question, hey, I've been looking at SAM.gov and USA spending, the sort of Craigslist of government auctioning, for goods and services. And they said that they had seen a lot of solicitations for space, offices across the country, something to the effect of like 40 brand new commercial turnkey offices for the purpose of law enforcement support, as well as meals ready to eat and bus transportation for detention centers to airports, all here in the DC Baltimore region. And I was a little skeptical, honestly, that when that first post came out, that it would be that transparent. But I did. I threw my hand up and I said, yeah, sure, I'd like to take a look at it and see what you found. And so Bree messaged me all of this, all of these documents. And Friday night, started looking at it and digging into it. And it kept going all weekend, and more people started joining the chat that we had. And what we found was that, yeah, no, it is that transparent. All that entire government solicitation network is kind of revealing what they're buying and how much they're buying, and really how they're using the One Big Beautiful Bill Act to make sure that their operations are going through. And I'm a veteran myself. I served for 20 years in the Air Force. I have a background in analysis and reporting. And so, yeah, what we tried to do with that information was find the people that it would be most useful to, right? And that was, we thought, community activists and organizers at the ground level. And when we went to them, they were very receptive. They loved the information. And I think the problem that they ran into is they didn't know how to use it. What is a community organizer going to do with the knowledge that ICE now has mobile cell site simulator, vehicles, Stingray trucks that they can drive around and intercept tower communications from cell phones and things like that. We talked to politicians, we talked to our elected representatives, and everybody's concerned and they wanted to know how to use it, but weren't quite sure how. And so kind of in a fit of desperation, we decided, well, if no one else knows how to use this, maybe we'll just start a newsletter. and we can at least dump our findings into a newsletter, and it'll be useful to somebody out there if it's something in their wheelhouse and they want to take a look at it. And that was January that we started the newsletter. And one of the things that we do is we wake up in the morning, we start, clicking through databases. And one of my favorite databases is land records. I love looking at, land records here locally just to see, who's buying what, where. And one of the things we found going through the land records was that the Department of Homeland Security bought a warehouse in Williamsport, Maryland, in Western Maryland, about 80.
Now they're buying warehouses throughout the United States to be able to house so-called immigrants. But I mean, hey, we're talking about Iran right now. So while all this Iran stuff is going on, they're buying warehouses to house people and put them in. Okay? And they still have yet to really work out the people that are already like housed. Like, how do they like to me, it's just a bunch of just weird bull stuff. So you have already the military, the prison industrial colony. You have the military industrial. Now you're gonna have like the immigration and so you have all this stuff to where people can like just be siphoned through this whole situation. And to me, I think it's just human trafficking. You can't tell me it's nothing different. It's human trafficking. So I've been here for 4 hours. I'm gonna do one last thing I'm gonna talk about before I like end this, because there's just so much to talk about. It's like, I mean, I'd be here for hours. But let's get into this real quick.
To follow breaking developments in the investigation into a mass shooting overnight on West 6th Street.
Tonight, we have the latest from investigators as they continue to uncover new information about the suspected shooter, including searching a home in Pflugerville linked to that individual.
And we're seeing and hearing new and disturbing video of what happened early this morning. Good afternoon to you. I'm Mark Mullins.
And I'm Quita Culpepper. Our Darrenisha Heron is live downtown on 6th Street. We also have Tony Plahetsky and Jose Alonso joining us to bring us up to speed on the investigation.
We want to give you the latest on the victims tonight. Right now at this hour, 14 patients were located at the scene of that shooting and taken to nearby hospitals, and 2 victims were pronounced dead at the scene. 3 of those hospitalized remain in critical condition at this hour. At least 4 of the 14 patients have been released from local hospitals, according to St. David's Healthcare. The shooter was shot and killed by police.
All right, now let's bring in Tony, who has been digging into new information about the suspected shooter's identity. Tony, what can you tell us?
Well, authorities are trying to piece together everything they can about the gunman. What they have been able to confirm in the past few hours is that he apparently migrated to the United States in 2012 and is a U.S. citizen. In addition to that, they are also trying to trace his movements into downtown Austin in the overnight hours, pulling security video from all sorts of businesses, trying to determine how long he had been in the area and track his movements into the final moments before he began opening fire. Keep in mind that authorities say that he first opened fire from an SUV using a pistol, then parked that SUV and returned to the area with an assault rifle believed to be an AK-47 or an AR-15. But in terms of the investigation and where the FBI and Austin police are at this hour, they are still trying to determine whether or not he acted alone, whether he is what they would call a lone wolf possible terrorist, or whether or not he may be connected to a potentially larger group. And so as a result of that, they are issuing a number of search warrants at this hour, not only on that property that we know in Pflugerville, but also trying to look at his digital footprint as well, including any sort of potentially troublesome or troubling social media post.
Earlier this morning on Daybreak, Tony, when you were reporting what you had learned, you gave us an indication of what he was doing in those moments before the shooting actually happened, what his movements were around the Buford's Club.
Exactly. And that is key to the investigation. Again, not only will authorities rely on digital evidence, including security video, but they are also trying to talk to anyone in that area who may have seen him approaching the area. One of the things that they would want to learn, for example, is whether or not he spoke anything about his potential actions or made any statements that they would want to include as part of this massive, sprawling, both federal and local investigation.
All right, senior reporter Tony Plahetsky, thank you so much for being here with us.
You're welcome.
We have been sticking close to this investigation, and we had our cameras rolling as police and federal agents zeroed in on a home in Pflugerville linked to the shooter.
KVU's Jose Alonso continues our team coverage. And Jose, investigators searched that home for quite a while. Any idea what they've found so far?
Quita, Mark, what it seems to be looking for is that motive behind the deadly early morning shooting in downtown Austin. This was a very active scene here, but it's now become a much more quieter environment in this Pflugerville neighborhood, and that's right off the Kickapoo Cavern Drive. Now take a look right here behind me. This is the house that officials were investigating in connection to the shooting on West 6th Street that left 2 people dead and injured 14 others. Officials were focusing on this white vehicle, and since they've left, we've seen more people pulling up and going inside. But I do want to bring it back to earlier this morning where neighbors saw law enforcement, including SWAT and ATF, barge into this street and start their investigation. It was around 3 o'clock when we started seeing officials take boxes and other items from inside the house. And we did not see anyone be detained, but we did see officials questioning people. Now, we were able to speak with a neighbor across the street who says it was surprising to hear loud demands being shouted right outside of her front door.
We were like out and we saw these police officers, so many cars, and then so we were really scared for some time, and then the news came out, and yeah, it was very scary at that moment.
This neighbor says she didn't really see a lot of activity at this specific house, and she wasn't aware of this investigation and how it was a connection to the shooting on West 6th Street. After we informed her, she was at a loss of words because of how quiet and family-friendly her neighborhood is. And a lot of other neighbors I was able to speak to off camera pretty much had the same thing to say. And they're all wondering, we're all still waiting to hear from officials about how this house is connected to that deadly shooting in downtown Austin. Reporting live in Pflugerville, Jose Alonso, KVU News.
Another piece of the puzzle there, Jose. Thank you.
So they're saying he had this shirt, property of Allah, and then he had this, and then he opened fire. I don't want to play it because, you know, people lost their lives in this situation, but what are your thoughts on this before we like close out?
I think it's he actor. I think he's an actor. I think he it's more CIA Manchurian project, Manchurian candidate. Like I just don't understand why now. Why you do it now? You've been there. You've been whoever you are. Like why now? Why do it now? What's so significant about now that makes you do it? It ain't got nothing to do with Israel. It ain't got nothing to do with Iran or nothing like that. Come on, stop playing.
Yeah. Do you have any words, Todd Pig, about this situation?
Yeah, I mean, I like to know more of the context. I don't agree with the way that it's all going down, but I think there needs to be some kind of border. I mean, this really does affect me a lot. You know, my wife is trying to come here legally, and this is where I get mad at the Trump administration. They're processing the ones here illegally first. My wife can't even come here. She can't even come visit. So, I mean, we started the process in the Biden administration, so it's both administrations.
Good evening. We continue to follow breaking development.
I mean, it's not been good for us. I mean, we've waited over a year and we got time. We got $15,000 put into lawyers. We're still waiting for her to come over here the right way, and they'll process the people that come here the wrong way first. So I'm pretty upset about it. I mean, it's a personal thing at my point. I don't think they're sitting there saying like we want to attack Todd Pig personally, but sure just feel like it whenever you're trying to get your wife over here and she can't come over here. But you know, one thing about it, with us doing the right way, we shouldn't have to worry about this stuff. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not.
Oh no, we can definitely hear you. So I'm gonna play this last video. I was hoping that Laura would be able to like give some final thoughts, final words before we like end this whole thing. But I'm gonna end it with this. I'm gonna end it with this video because I think that it's very relevant in today's time. Because it's one thing to, you know, take on this information. It's another thing to absorb it. It's another thing to be beholden to it. You know, it's a lot of things going on that we have no idea just how diabolical the system that we're working in is. So I'm going to play this video, and shouts out to Chase Hughes, who I'm a part of his institute, and I think that people need to like really look into this type of stuff more deeply. Let's go.
If the stars fall and the earth it begins to bend.
The intelligent minorities can engineer consent through the use of manipulation, propaganda, and control. And we should do it.
People have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
We are in the midst of a serious financial crisis, and the federal government is responding with decisive action.
I know that the American people share my deep belief that if a danger exists in the world, it is a danger shared by all.
We need to actually double down on the public health measures.
You can't look at that television and say, nothing happened on the 6th.
We'd like for you to answer the
Okay,
question.
it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple to hear a nasty person, I'll tell you.
Most people have no awareness of how easily our behavior and even our identity can be completely taken over. But people are waking up. I spent 20 years in the U.S. military. I'm a behavior expert. I've trained PsyOps. I'm the best-selling author in behavioral psychology. I want to show you exactly how to identify what we call engineered reality, or what some people call PsyOps. At the end of this, I'm going to give you a tool that's literally going to give you a score out of 100 that shows you how likely something is to be.
Just so you know, I can't hear anything.
So the first thing you need to know is following the FATE model: focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. This is what triggers the mammalian part of our brain that makes all of our real decisions. The first part is focus. PsyOps always aim to hijack your attention.
You hold on. You can't hear anything. You haven't heard anything so far? Todd, you saying you haven't heard anything? Hello?
Yeah, no, ma'am. Sorry, I hadn't heard anything.
Okay. So, all right, this is what I'll do.
I didn't realize I was still muted. Sorry.
Can anybody else hear what I'm playing? All right, I'm gonna just remove it. I'll start it all over again. All right, because this is important to be aware of. All right, I'm gonna start a little bit at the beginning. All right, so let's go back into it. Can you hear it now?
Yes, ma'am.
The intelligent minorities can engineer consent through the use of manipulation, propaganda, and control. And we should do it.
People have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
We are in the midst of a serious financial crisis, and the federal government is responding with decisive action.
I know that the American people share my deep belief that if a danger exists in the world, it is a danger shared by all.
We need to actually double down on the public health measures.
You can't look at that television and say, nothing happened on the 6th.
Like 2 days. Okay, it's very simple to answer. That's why I asked it. It's very simple to you. You're a nasty person, I'll tell you.
Most people have no awareness of how easily our behavior and even our identity can be completely taken over. But people are waking up. I spent 20 years in the U.S. military. I'm a behavior expert. I've trained PsyOps. I'm the best-selling author in behavioral psychology. I want to show you exactly how to identify what we call engineered reality, or what some people call PsyOps. At the end of this, I'm going to give you a tool that's literally going to give you a score out of 100 that shows you how likely something is to be a PSYOP. Let's do this. So the first thing you need to know is following the FATE model: focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. This is what triggers the mammalian part of our brain that makes all of our real decisions. The first part is focus. PSYOPs always aim to hijack your attention with repetition, shocking visuals of fear-inducing scenarios. Some examples are like 24/7 media coverage of a crisis, or constant repetition of terms like unprecedented. So with this, pause and ask, why is this message being pushed so aggressively? So compare how much airtime different stories are receiving and note any disproportionate focus. The second part here is authority. Trusted figures might shift their tone or positions unnaturally to support the narrative. So watch very closely for expert panelists or endorsements where authority figures might speak outside of their expertise. Pay close attention to that one. Then we have tribe. So messages that polarize opinions or create stark in-groups versus out-groups, or exploit our tribal instincts. For example, labeling groups as patriots versus traitors, or scientific versus deniers. Be very careful when you hear that language. Finally, we have emotion. So be wary of any communication that triggers strong emotions like fear, hope, or outrage without any clear, verifiable evidence. So emotional responses suppress critical thinking. Emotional responses suppress critical thinking. So as a tip here, analyze the evidence that's presented to you. If facts are replaced by appeals to emotion, you need to be very, very cautious. As an example of this, think about like a news channel repeatedly showing images of empty grocery shelves and panicked shoppers during a food supply scare. It dominates every broadcast, and it pushes people into fear-driven behavior. Next, question novelty. Our brains are wired to focus on sudden or unusual changes because they signal potential threats or opportunities. And this is an evolutionary survival mechanism. PSYOPs exploit this by creating events that break normal expectations, like unexpected crises or dramatic revelations. So ask yourself, why is this new? So consider if the event or somebody's message has been artificially manufactured or timed. Look for patterns like sudden shifts in public opinion, trending hashtags that are unusual, or viral videos that seem very coincidental. So for this one, just picture a new viral video just claims to expose a government cover-up, but it conveniently comes out the exact same day that there's some damaging evidence against some high-ranking official. The timing shifts public focus. All of this is part of the NCI system I developed for teaching tradecraft and extreme psychological operations. And there's even a gigantic textbook for all of this stuff in the description. Definitely not for everybody, but it's definitely the most comprehensive guide in the world on this stuff. So next item, look for multiple sources. Centralized narratives create an echo chamber, and they silence dissent, and they narrow perspectives. For example, if all media outlets present identical talking points, it is a humongous red flag. So actively seek out contrarian or independent voices, even if they challenge something that's already in your head. In reality, an example, during a maybe breaking health crisis, all the major news outlets report on the exact same study, but independent researchers reveal the study was funded by a company selling the solution. So watch for that group speak. Next is identify cognitive dissonance weapons. Let's talk about how this works. So cognitive dissonance comes up when new information clashes with our identity or our beliefs. So PSYOPs exploit the hell out of this by including micro-agreements. Micro-agreements are little, small, seemingly harmless concessions to shape your identity. And over time, you're going to unconsciously align your behavior to reduce that internal conflict. And as a weaponization example of this, a PSYOP might present you as a part of moral or intelligent enlightenment, like only good citizens do XYZ. If you disagree with that, you risk some identity conflict there. So reflect on your identity and ask, am I being nudged to identify with some other group? So be very careful of any campaigns that are asking for seemingly minor commitments there, like signing petitions, changing your profile picture that evolves into some bigger compliance or demand later. As an example of this, let's say a company launches an ad campaign and they claim real patriots buy local. If you disagree with their product, it feels like rejecting your identity as a patriot. So this pushes you to conform. Be very, very skeptical about those identity statements. Next is looking for those emotional scripts. And what I mean by this is the scripts that were written in our brains by our ancestors. So manipulated narratives trigger instincts like the fear of loss or scarcity, social rejection, or danger. For example, a media story about food shortages might activate survival scripts that cause panic buying and stuff like that. And we have scarcity fear. This is sudden warnings about limited resources like water or medicine. Also sparks that kind of behavior. And then we have tribal rejection. These are threats of being socially outcast, like you're selfish if you don't comply. And those things override logic every time. And as a tip for this, break the script by focusing on the facts. Like, what's the likelihood of this scenario? So compare the claims with other sources. For this, just picture where a politician says something like, if we don't act now, our children will not have a future. This taps into survival instincts, those ancestor scripts in our head. And it's tied to protecting offspring. It creates urgency without any facts. Next is follow the money. So there's a trail of beneficiaries here. So identifying who benefits always is going to reveal the motive. So look for funding sources like sponsorships or political connections that are tied to the narrative. So use tools like opensecrets.org or public financial records to see who profits from this. So for policies or campaigns, identify the industries like pharmaceuticals, tech companies, etc., that stand to gain the most. So to illustrate this in your mind right now, picture a charity that's promoting clean energy awareness, and they seem noble until an investigation are showing that it's funded by a solar panel corporation that's lobbying for subsidies or something like that. Next, and this one is very important, is analyze the context boundary. The mechanism here is context, and context defines what is permissible. So manipulative people shift contexts to normalize extreme behavior. As an example of this, in emergencies, people accept surveillance or martial law that they normally would completely resist. So ask, what is the context? Compare some similar events in different settings to see if the rules or responses seem disproportionate. Look for contradictions. So for lots of the students who are brand new to NCI University, this right here is the most massive realization when they realize that the ability to weaponize cognitive dissonance and then shift the context can get anyone to do almost anything. As a hypothetical example of this, let's say there's a major cyber attack. The governments are now justifying some sweeping surveillance laws to protect the citizens. This changes the context to make previously unacceptable actions seem absolutely necessary. Next, spot the use of archetypes because they're woven into our brains. PsyOps simplify narratives by using archetypes like heroes and villains and saviors. Some examples are like portraying one leader as the sole solution or demonizing dissenters as the enemy. Deconstruct the story. Ask who are the characters and what roles are they playing. Simplistic, like good versus evil stories usually signal manipulation just about every time. So always seek nuance there. In the real world, you're going to see something like maybe a leader is repeatedly portrayed as a savior fighting something that's pure evil, and the narrative ignores their mistakes and oversimplifies the conflict to prevent a lot of scrutiny. Next, evaluate the frame. So let's do a step-by-step evaluation here. First one is expectation. What are you expected to believe or do based on this thing that you're exposed to in the media? Next is belief. What assumptions are being made about you, like your values or your fears? Then we have perception. So how is reality being shaped, like selective facts or missing contexts? And definition is the final step here when it comes to a frame. What truth is being asserted as something that's completely unchallengeable? This comes up with information suppression. So really look for topics that are being avoided, critics that are being silenced. If somebody needs to be silenced in order for an idea to make it, then the idea is not good. So alternative viewpoints being discredited, that's a big one to look out for. So cross-check timelines of events and notice if critics are labeled conspiracists or if algorithms are suppressing some kind of specific search. And this is a big one, especially in today's time. So to get a good example of this, during maybe a corporate scandal, the company's PR team frames these critics as disgruntled employees with a grudge. So this shifts the focus away from the legitimate concerns to the motives of the critics. And it does it almost without us realizing that it's happening in our brain. So next, be alert to rapid compliance shifts. This one is scary and it's happening every day. PsyOps create urgency to drive rapid compliance. And these tactics are stuff like emotional appeals, staged group behaviors, or false consensus. For this, it's really important to slow down and resist the pressure to act, to question the conformity as much as possible, and test the message, engaging the skeptics there. So in the real world, this might look like maybe a viral social media challenge urges all these users to adopt this brand new symbol or profile picture or hashtag kind of overnight, and it creates a wave of compliance. So later, this is kind of like a foot in the door technique. It's tied to some divisive political agenda. Next, study the timing of the events. And this one's huge, especially right now. Timing is everything. Ask yourself, why is this happening now? So what other events or scandals might this thing be distracting everybody from? So look for very coincidental timing with unrelated major news stories or political movements. PSYOPs can very often be smoke screens. And in real life, you might see stuff like a huge celebrity breakup floods all of the headlines exactly as some major investigative report about government corruption is about to be released. Coincidence? Probably not. The next thing I want you to do is to sharpen your brain to start hearing and understanding these manipulation tactics. And one of the biggest things that you can do, the most effective way that I could train you right now, just you and me, is to teach your brain to recognize logical fallacies. So let's go through these, because PSYOPs very often use these flawed arguments to convince people. And if you know how to spot them, it makes you a lot harder to manipulate. Let me give you 10 of these so that your brain gets hardwired to start seeing everything a whole lot differently. So the first one that you're going to see all the time, appeal to emotion. So this uses fear and anger and hope to bypass logic. So like, if you don't support this, children are going to suffer. Next is the straw man argument. This misrepresents somebody's argument so they can attack it better. So somebody might say they oppose the lockdowns because they don't care about lives. Think about that one. Number 3 is the bandwagon fallacy. So this claims that something is true because everyone supports it. And this is, you hear this all the time. Millions of people agree with X, Y, and Z. You should agree with it too. Number 4 is the false dilemma. This presents only 2 extreme options and it ignores alternatives. So it's the either you're with us or you're against us fallacy there. Number 5 is the ad hominem attacks. This is the attack of the person and not the argument. Be very observant for this. So this is when you hear you can't trust her. She's not a scientist. You can't do X because they're not qualified based on X. Ad hominem is very common, and I want your brain to be able to spot it. Number 6 is appeal to authority. And this is a claim that something is true because an authority figure said so. So like Dr. X supports it, so it's absolutely right. You have to trust the science. Number 7 is the slippery slope. These are claims that one action is going to lead to some extreme negative outcome. So you've heard this before. Somebody says something like, if we allow this, we're going to lose all of our freedoms. All of our freedoms are gone. The country is gone. All of that kind of talk like that. Be very attuned to when you hear that and very cautious when you hear that. Number 8, hasty generalizations. And these are broad claims that are made with very little evidence. So the example is 2 politicians lied, so all of them must be corrupt. So giant claim, tiny bit of evidence. 2 politicians might have lied, so they're all corrupt. Number 9 is huge. It's the red herring. So this distracts people with irrelevant information. You've heard this maybe as an example when somebody says, why are we worrying about climate change when we have so much crime going on right now? It's an argument of distraction. Number 10 is false equivalence. This compares 2 things as equals when they're absolutely not equal. So you'll hear somebody say something in the news that's both sides have extremists, so they're exactly the same. That's a very damaging one. I know there's a lot of information here, so I want to give you access to the actual tool that we use to identify PSYOPs that even rates the likelihood on a 1 to 100 scale. I'm going to add that into the description right below this video. But keep this in mind. Throughout history, the people who stood tallest in the storm were not the ones who knew all the answers. They were the ones who asked the right questions. They weren't the loudest voices. They were the calmest. They were the people that had composure. Thanks for spending some time with me. One love.
Oh. All right. So
yeah, I think that's the medium in a nutshell.
We have reached the end of the show, but let's give Todd like a thing to explain.
No, I'm good. I enjoyed the show.
Oh, you enjoyed it? Okay, well, tell us what your final thoughts are, and then I'm gonna say what my final thoughts are, and then we're gonna end the show.
No, I realized the reason I come across here is because I was just bored, and then I saw this about the everybody's a little bit worried about the war and stuff. I think it's not really a war. I think it's going to be a little bad. I think it's going to prices to go up for a little bit. It'll go back down. And at the end of the day, I do believe that a regime is fallen, and it's probably a good thing. They do hate America, and they kind of wanted to get the weapons to harm America. And the thing is, with the sleeper cells, maybe they still can, but it ain't something you want to do. But like an old general said, as Americans, we will not fight you, but if you bring the fight to us, we will fight you, and so help you God, because somebody else will be raising your children. It's a famous clip, right? I mean, but it's true. America is the biggest and baddest country. Quit picking fights with them. They channel that death to America. If I go up to Shaq and I hit Shaq in the face and he beats me up, nobody should feel sorry for me because I just hit Shaq in the face. It's as simple as that. Everybody needs to relax, realize that everything's going to be okay. It's not great right now, but there is some light at the end of the tunnel here. Don't be so America's at it again. Maybe not. Just wait and find out, because the Iraq thing was not great. I don't think they want to go back to any time like that. Afghanistan, Osama bin Laden wasn't even there. He was in Pakistan. So, it's not a good history. And I think they definitely don't want to, trickle down the same things. I think everybody needs to relax. I don't think Trump's got dementia. I think he's old, but I don't think he has dementia. And if you don't like Trump, you definitely ain't gonna like JD Vance. So you might want to keep him in that anyway. That guy definitely not gonna play. Everybody just try to relax. Everybody's all Americans, and for the ones that ain't, we're praying for y'all. Y'all pray for us. It really is that simple. Everybody ain't going to these concentration camps. It's just relax, see what it really is for. And that little clip at the end that's definitely what the media does. But no, I appreciate you letting me talk. I've been kicked off because I don't know how many. I think it's pretty neat that we all get to talk. So thank you for the show. I've been here myself for hours. I think it's pretty good. I think you do a good job. I like it. I like it a lot. When you do it again, I'm subscribed. If the Lord willing and the time is right, I'll get back on and listen to you anytime. I appreciate it.
Well, I thank you for being here and everything. And I wanted to say for your comments.
I'm also going to go now. I appreciate the time. Thank you for everything. I hope y'all have a good day.
Thank you. So I had to do my little memes, okay? Because but yeah, thank you for so much. People thank you for being here. Thank you for sitting over here with me for this time frame. That's a lot of time. If you have been here this entire time, thank you for having the fortitude to stick with me throughout this entire live.
I hope it grows. I don't know how long you've been doing this, but you definitely got some good content. I hope it grows. I hope it grows tremendously.
Yeah, and this is a place where if you have an opinion, you can state your opinion. I'm not trying to push any opinion. I'm trying to force anybody to think one thing over the other. Everyone has a place to talk here. So much love. Shouts out to everybody. Thank you for the people are stop bullying, you're gonna be all right. Stop. People just in the chat, but it's okay. Much love to the people that came up here, and shouts out to the chat and whatever they contributed. I'll be here coming up soon. I'm not gonna do another show tonight, but I'll do another one tomorrow.
Maybe I can be there. But I will say this: some people need to calm down for they stroke out. Though it's as bad as it is. Look at where you're at. You're blessed yourself. People need to relax. Pray for the other individuals. There's some bad shit going on, and don't be a casualty of your own freaking thoughts there. But I hope y'all have a wonderful day, and I do gotta go. Thank you for your time.
All right, much love. Peace, everybody.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place.